to a breakthrough. In 1980, he created an equation of his own, one that combined all of the Julia sets into a single image. When Mandelbrot iterated his equation, he got his own set of numbers. Graphed on a computer, it was a kind of roadmap of all the Julia sets, and quickly became famous as the emblem of fractal geometry. The Mandelbrot set.
It's not easy to describe the Mandelbrot set visually. It looks like a man, it looks like a cat, it looks like a cactus, it looks like a cockroach. It's got little bits and pieces that remind us of almost anything that you can see out in the real world, particularly living things. So it has a character that reminds us of a lot of things, and yet it itself is unique and new.
The Mandelbrot set is real, an absolute thing, no question whatsoever. Any mathematician or any computer scientist or student in a school can study it and find the same, describe the same thing. It's a common experience. And so such things that can be magnified forever and have infinite precision do exist, but they're not touchable.
A geometrical shape, an icon, if you wish, which somehow embodies as an example a very important aspect of how the world works. Somebody recently actually called this set the thumbprint of God.
With this mysterious image, Mandelbrot was issuing a bold challenge to long-standing ideas about the limits of mathematics.
The blinders came off, and people could see forms that were always there, but formerly were invisible.
The Mandelbrot set was a great example of what you could do in fractal geometry, just as the archetypical example of classical geometry is the circle.
When you zoom in, you see them coming up again, so you see self-similarity. You see, by zooming in, you zoom, 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 you're zooming in, you're zooming in, and pop. Suddenly it seems like you're exactly where you were before, but you're not. It's just that way down there, it has the same kind of structure as way up here, and the sameness can be grokked.
Now we'll begin our serious exploration of the Mandelbrot set. A voyage which, in fact, could last forever and ever, much longer than the lifetime of the universe. I have here the full set, about 6 inches across. Now, if I blow this up, I'll increase the magnification now 13 times, and you see more and more detail is appearing. And the interesting thing is you see mini Mandelbrots, replicas, almost identical, yet perhaps subtly different, of the original set. And I can go on doing this. Here's a magnification of more than 3,000 times. So the original picture, about 6 inches across, is now half a mile across. And no matter how much we magnified it, a million times, a billion times, until the original set was bigger than the entire universe, we would still see new patterns, new images emerging, because the frontier, the M set, is infinitely complex. And when I say infinitely, I really mean that. Most people, when they say infinitely, they mean only rather big. But this is really infinity. is so remarkable, in fact, astounding, about the Mandelbrot set is that although it's infinitely complex, it's based on incredibly simple principles, unlike almost everything in modern mathematics. In fact, anybody who can add and multiply can understand the principles on which it's based. You don't even have to subtract or divide, still less use logarithms or trigonometrical functions to comprehend how the Mandelbrot set is created. In fact, in principle, it could have been discovered any time in human history and not merely in 1980. But the problem is this: although it's only based on adding and multiplying, you have to carry out those operations millions, billions of times to create a complete set. And that's why it was not discovered until the era of modern computers.
Shalom, shalom, blood family. So, as always, fair use. Let us say the Lord's Prayer and then get right to the historical, the geographic, and the deep genetic information that we're going to go over today. So, with that, Synthetic Sunday, let's pray. Our Father in heaven, honored be thy name. May thy kingdom come. May thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us each day our daily bread. Forgive us of our trespasses, as forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us on a righteous path, and guard us from the evil. In your name we pray. Amen. 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 All right. So today is that day. Today is the day I've been waiting for to bring out this information. It's going to be extremely deep. So before we even start, let's first get a little understanding of some little videos that I had prepped so that if someone's not familiar with what we're going to go over, they're going to understand when we go over this.
All right. I want to read from the Bible, first of all, about the Ezekiel 38 war, and then we're going to comment about the nations that it speaks about. The Bible says, Ezekiel chapter 38, "And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, set your face toward Gog of the land of Magog, the prince of Rosh, Meshach, and Tubal, and prophesy against him, and say this, Thus says the Lord God, Behold, I am against you, O Gog, prince of Rosh, Meshach, and Tubal. I will turn you about and put hooks into your jaws, and I will bring you out, and all your army, horses and horsemen, all of them splendidly attired, a great company with buckler and shield, all of them wielding swords, Persia, Ethiopia, and Put with them, all of them with shield and helmet, Gomer with all its troops, Beth Togarmah from the remote parts of the north, with all its troops, and many peoples with you." Guys, let's define who are these nations, because when Ezekiel was making these prophecies, the names that he mentioned, these people lived in certain geographical areas of the world. And I think what God wants us to do is, who are the nations that are there now or will be in the future, and these folks are supposed to come against Israel. Take us through the list, Mark.
Yeah, the names have changed many times over the millennia of these places, but we're looking, yes, where were these ancient places in Ezekiel's day? What's the modern counterpart there to these places? The first name that's mentioned here in this passage is Gog, and Gog, I believe, is the leader of this invasion. Now, I don't think that will literally be his name. The word Gog means high or exalted. It probably speaks of the way he views himself. He's prideful and arrogant. And Gog is not the same, I believe Gog is not the same as the Antichrist. Like the Antichrist will lead that final battle of the tribulation, the Battle of Armageddon. This is another person who will be leading this invasion. And it mentions Magog. Magog is the land of the ancient Scythians. It was the southern part of what used to be the old Soviet Union. Many of the nations there today, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, these are, they all, we can call them the stands, if you will. They all end in stand. Could include Afghanistan. About 60 million Muslims live in that part of the world today. Magog is mentioned. Meshach, Tubal, Gomer, and Togarmah, 4 of the places mentioned here, are places that are in the modern-day nation of Turkey. Persia is modern-day Iran, became Iran in 1935, and then in the late 70s became the Islamic Republic of Iran. Another nation mentioned is Ethiopia in some translations, but actually it's the word Cush. And Cush was the nation to the south of Egypt, which is the modern-day nation of Sudan, which northern Sudan, at least today, is a radical Islamic nation as well. So there's a lot of various places that are mentioned here in this passage. Also Put, which was the ancient nation to the west of Egypt, which is modern-day Libya. So it's quite a picture here. And to think that over 2,500 years ago, Ezekiel marked out these nations. And these are many nations that are in the headlines today, and nations that are in opposition to Israel. And one other nation that's mentioned here that's not an Islamic nation is Rosh or Rosh, which we believe is the modern nation of Russia.
All right, so why is this important? Because the biblical narrative is just like that. It really gets that detail that these certain lineages are actually going to be accounted for in the Bible. Now, we can find these lineages, and I'm going to show you how. We actually got to look at it a little more detailed than how the commoners usually do. When I say commoners, I'm talking about those who probably jump in the Bible and may not know a lot of the history and things like that, because we need to go a little deeper to like first century sources, even BC sources, to get exactly what's going on here. So let's look at some ancient Strongs. Let's just look at some of the definitions on this just to get a little idea. So Magog. So Magog, we can get the understanding, says perhaps land of Gog, right? Son of Japheth and things like that. We know Magog, when we look at the family tree, we know that's the line of Japheth, right? It also says also a barbarous northern region, right? Now that's important. Remember that term, barbarous. We're going to remember that because we're going to look back at that. Gog. All right, now this is going to be the one that I just showed you of Magog right here. This is going to be the Hebrew. Right here is going to be the Greek. Now, it's also important to see Gog in the Hebrew as well. But first, let's just look at this one. Right here, it just talks about Gog in Ezekiel, king of Magog, a land remote of the north, right? Is in the north. That's important. It's also symbolic. It's also important to understand it is symbolic for in the sense of the Antichrist. Now, what it actually is more for, not that it is the Antichrist, but it's symbolic for the Antichrist. For whoever Gog is going to be the leader of all these groups. Now let's look a little more into this. Magog, we can look into this, has some interesting phrases, definition. Magog sometimes as name of a people. So there's also in history a people that was named Magog. Sometimes as a name of a country in the Old Testament, right? Probably the Scythians. Now we can look at the word Scythian. Now we can actually get a good idea on these things and get a good idea on Scythian. But before we do that, here's all the other places where we see Magog. We see obviously the son of Japheth, right, with Gomer and things like that in that regard. And then we get it in other places, just another rephrase, the son of Gomer, right? We only see it right here in Ezekiel when it gets to the prophetic events, when it talks about the endings. We see it in Revelation too. Revelation 20 and 8 will start to go out and say, and shall go to the sea, right? Satan's going to come out. Now, we got to understand the sequence of events, though. We got to understand the sequence of events of Revelation. But before we do that, I found a video that I'm going to use today as a reference to work off of this video, because certain things that's done in this video are going to be put to light. So it's important to understand one more. I'm going to show you one more video before I show you this one. Let me go down a little bit, as I think these things are fairly important. I'm gonna go to this. I'm gonna go back up here. So I'm just gonna show you another video for that refresher on these things.
One day, as we sat on the Mount of Olives and overlooked the Temple Mount, I asked Jimmy to lay out the specific nations God reveals will come against Israel in the last days.
Jimmy, as we look across the old city of Jerusalem and we see the Dome of the Rock, the third holiest site for the Islamic world.
Magog would have been that land mass north of the Caspian and Black Sea, which is Russia today. Then in verse 2 it says Meshech and Tubal, and down in verse 6 it says Gomer and Togarmah. When traveling in Turkey recently, I picked up an ancient Turkish map, and in biblical times, Turkey was actually divided into 4 parts: Meshech, Tubal, Gomer, and Togarmah. So we're now talking about Russia and Turkey. There in verse 5 it says Persia. Until 1936, there were 3 nations we know today that were known as Persia. Those 3 nations are Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran. And then you continue on in verse 5, Ethiopia, or Cush in some translations. That would be Ethiopia, Somalia, Sudan. And then in verse 5 again, it says here in my Bible, Libya, or maybe in another translation, Put. Well, that's modern-day Libya, Colonel Gaddafi. You have to coordinate this with Daniel chapter 11, verses 40 to 45. It talks about the king of the north. Earlier in chapter 11, you find out that is what we know as Syria today. And the king of the south would be Egypt today. And then going over into the book of Psalm, you go over the book of Psalms chapter 83, and it talks in Psalm 83 about a list of nations. It mentions here the Ishmaelites. Well, that's modern-day Saudi Arabia. And then in verse 5, it talks about Tyre. That's modern-day Lebanon. So we're now seeing a list of Arab nations, with the exception of Russia, who will form this coalition to come against Israel in the last day. Arab, Russia, a list.
All right, so let's break this down as we should break this down. Is it this simple? Is it just a group around the land of Israel? Is it talk about land mass? No, it's not actually talk about land mass. That's what we're going to look at today in the actual detail of the scripture and what the scriptures say. One is important to know. Let's go and look at something. Let's use some precepts. Let's look at a precept real fast. We got to understand Ezekiel 38 and 39, right? That's the first and foremost thing we got to understand. What's going on in Ezekiel 38 and 39? It's actually important to know the sequence. Why is that important? Because we can't move further until we understand the sequence. What happens first, Ezekiel 38 or 39? If you're reading it as a book, you're going to say automatically Ezekiel 38 must come before 39. But if you look at it precept upon precept, line upon line, Ezekiel 38 actually happens 1,000 years after the event that happens in Ezekiel 39. That's very important to understand. Why? Because the details of the event is going to give you clear details of what's going to happen. So let me actually open up something here and talk about what's going to happen in the 1,000-year reign. Let's go down and let's take a look here. So first, let's look at some precepts. Let me switch this to this so I can see the highlights here. Let's look at some precepts. So we're going to look at Ezekiel 39 first. And that's going to give us understanding on what's going to happen, right? Armageddon, right? The destruction on the mountain, right? The destruction on the mountain, right? Let's look at this precept upon precept. Let me go and find those precepts first before we get on it. Let's see real fast. Right under, let me see right here. Okay, so Revelation 19 and Ezekiel 39 go together. How do we know? Precept upon precept. Let's look at the precepts. Ezekiel 39, 2 to 4. And let's take a look at this. I will turn you back. Let's talk about, as it says right here, a little bit up. It says, therefore, you son of man, prophesy against Gog and say, thus says the Lord God, behold, I am against you, O Gog, chief prince of Meshach and Tubal, right? And I will turn you back and leave but a sixth part of you, and will cause you to come up from the north parts, and will bring you on the mountains of Israel. Now, it's important to understand what he's saying here. He's letting them know that this people from the north are going to be on the mountains, right? The mountains of Israel. Now, it's important to understand in Ezekiel 38, they don't get to the mountains of Israel yet. In fact, they surround Israel. But here they will be on the mountains of Israel. Now, note what is actually described here. It says they will be smote, right? I'm going to read some of these highlights. You shall fall on the mountains of Israel, right? They're going to fall on the mountains. And it says, you and all your bands and the people that is with you, I will give you to the ravishing birds of every sort, to the beasts of the field to be devoured. You see that? See this right here? This is going to be a precept. It says, you shall fall on the open field, right? That's the most important thing, that they're going to fall in the field and be devoured. Right here in Revelation, it says, and I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying to all the feathered fowl that fly in the middle of heaven, he says, come and gather yourselves together to the supper of the great God. And he says, that you may eat the flesh of kings. See what it's talking about there? Just like what it's talking about the ravishing birds and everything. It says that you may eat the flesh of kings, the flesh of captains, the flesh of mighty men, the flesh of horses, and the flesh of them that sit on them, the flesh of all men, both free and bond, both small and great. See what's going on there? Go down a little bit. You can see the precept that you may eat the flesh of kings and all these things. You see what's going on there? Both small and great. This is actually the first destruction. We can go back. Let's go and look at the last part in Revelation. And all the fowl were filled with their flesh. You see what's going on there when it says all their bands and everything with the ravishing birds of every sort to the beasts of the field to be devoured. Let's go down and look at another precept. See what it says right here? Remember, we just read this in Revelation when the angel called to the birds of the air and said, come and gather yourself to the great supper. Look what it says in Ezekiel 39 and 17. It says, and you, son of man, thus says the Lord God, speak to every feathered fowl and to every beast of the field, assemble yourselves and come gather yourselves on every side, right? To my sacrifice that I do sacrifice to you, even a great sacrifice on the mountains of Israel. So this is actually important to understand. Gog and Magog will also be on the mountains of Israel, as it is described in Scripture. What does Scripture say? Scripture tells us that in the land of Israel, it shall be trampled down by the Gentiles. So we have to see that the land is actually going to be trampled down by the Gentiles. Now, what's also important when we look at the land, right, we get those same names, right? Togarmah, right? Meshach and Tubal, right? Magog, Gomer, things like this and this sort. Now, if you start looking at ancient genetics and who was in these areas, you're going to see some very interesting haplogroups in that area. You're going to see some very interesting groups all around that area in those times. Speaking of which, here's an ancient map right here. This one isn't super old, but this is going to be a very old time right here. And we can look at some of the people that was in these areas, right? We can take an idea of those that were around these areas and in these areas. And the areas of these times, right? And what's interesting is I noticed an interesting migration of R's and J's from above the north coming downwards And then you can also note something very interesting. But what we're going to look at today is one isolated group. When I say isolated, we're going to separate it today and look at it. And it's going to be the R lineage. And why? Because what we're going to look at today in detail with history, and I'm going to show you in history that what we're looking at is 100% correct when we're looking at the R and we're looking at a certain group. That's going to also be Magog. Before we go up here, let me read that real fast. This is going to be the writings of Flavius Josephus, a first century historian. Let's see what he says right here. So this will be the complete writings of Flavius Josephus. I'm not sure exactly what book it is, but we can always double check. So chapter 5, I'm not sure which book, maybe book 1 or something like that, maybe. Otherwise, I can click it just to verify. Maybe let's click it just to verify, just for the sake of the live, just to get the right exact quote, just so you know where it's coming from. Oh, it's going to Play Store. Otherwise, I have another place where that's quoted to. Right down. Let's see if it's down. So right here. So right here is another place it's quoted from. Right. This is another site where we quote. Now let me read it from you. Let me read it to you. This is a first century historian, Judean, writing the history of what was known at that time, having all the Roman records. He says, "For Gomer founded those whom the Greeks now call the Galatians," right? The Gauls, right? When you see this is the real Galatians, right? When you read the book of the Bible and you see where it says the Galatians in the place of Turkey, it's talking about the same people. It's talking about the same Gomerites. It says, but were then called Gomerites. You see what's going on there? Magog founded those. Now we're going to find out exactly who Magog is. Magog founded those that from him were called Magogites, right? But who are by the Greeks called Scythians, right? The Scythians are going to be that group. So Magog haplogroup, we got to find the Scythians. So if we find the Scythians, we can find this group. Let's take a look. Let's take a journey first before we start digging into this thing. Let's take a quick journey on these things. So I made an interesting DNA connection with these things. Now, if someone already studying this, like our brothers who was keeping watch, there's the answer already. Now let's take a look at this and the evidence of it. Here's a find. Now, the R lineage is going to have two different ones, R1b and R1a. Here's R1b. 6 male Scythian samples from kurgans. Now the kurgan, this right here is basically, they're like domes where the leaders were buried. It's kind of like how Egypt gets tombs, like the pyramids, but these had little hill mounds. So it said they found these ones and they carried Y haplogroup, right? R1b, long story short, R1b, and this one is actually R1b-M269. That's actually very interesting because we also find that in the Ashkenaz and many different people and other things as well. Now, I want to show you something, another one that I found on another place real fast, making little connections here. Let me go down real fast, and I'm going to show you why this is important. So in China, now what's interesting about if you ever looked up the Scythians and stuff like that, you probably already know, right? Let me just pull up a map here. Show you something, because if this don't have it, then I'm just gonna type down the step. Now it's important to know, this one is not so good, but it's important to know that the Scythians had two groups. There was two grouping of them, right? And they actually reached pretty far. They even reached all the way to Greece. As you can see right here, here's a idea. So they actually are mainly here. They reached all the way to Greece, and they also had another place. You probably know about that, the West and the East Steppe. The West and East Steppe is actually going to be that. Here's a little bit of it. Here's how far they reach. They reach a long distance, the Scythians. They reach over here. They come all the way over here. They try to invade. They try to invade the Greeks, which actually have predominantly, a lot of them have the J group, but that didn't work out. But this group is actually going to be our lineage, which we're going to look at here. We're going to look at this group and the massive size of them and what happened with them and how they grew over time, because they actually reached all the way over here in a point in time. But let's get a look at this ancient information. So let me show you something. So what's interesting, what I found out is that You know, the R and the Q and stuff like that, they're related. A lot of groups are related, but right here is in China. So this is a long time ago in China. BP, how they say, long time ago, pretty much 1,000 years. There's an R lineage here. There's an R lineage, and where is it? It's at the pretty much at the corner of it. It's like at the corner of it. So right here, you can see this group. Now you see this group right here. We're going to take a look at this group right here and see what's going on there. It's actually a group that reaches all the way from the Scythians. It's going to reach all the way over there. And we're going to look at their genetics now. We're going to take a look at who they are. We're going to take a look at who they are first. Let me actually go over here. I'm going to put this a little bit here. And as always, we're going to look at historical sources and genetic sources to get an understanding on these things, a perfect understanding of these things, instead of guessing, as many people seem to be doing. Let's read what this says here. One of the more interesting finds is that although it's going to talk about the cemetery lies in China, the corpse have strong European features with brown hair and long noses. This is going to be very important, just, you know, getting the idea what they would have looked like, the Scythians. Genetic analysis of the mummies show that basically the maternal, the female mtDNA lineages of the, how you say that, forget how you pronounce it. I'm not going to try to pronounce it, but I'm going to show you where it's pronounced. In fact, I'll show you something real fast with these ones. Pretty much, long story short, believe it or not, I'm going to show you in the understanding of this that these are the Scythians. These people originated from both East Asia and West Eurasia, right? Because you probably know about the steppe, right? Right, the West and the East steppe. Wait, let me go back. I probably typed that weird. Let me go over here and show you on here. I already got a map of it, I think. Let me go up here and show you something. So we're going to go over some very deep information. Here's the steppe. You can see the Western steppe. This is where these Scythians are, and they're kind of separated. You see that separation a little bit? And this is the Eastern steppe. These are actually all Scythians, but you're going to see one with a R1b and one with R1a. So we're actually going to take a look at these two different groups, yet they're going to be all the same grouping. They're all the same grouping, long story short, when we talk about that. Let's go over here. Let's continue on looking at this. So it's saying they're from East and Western Eurasia, right? Whereas the father's line, right, the parental lineage, all originated from Europe. Now, you heard what he just said there? All the Y haplogroups originated from Europe. Now, that's important. All the groups we're going to look at today originated from Europe. So it's going to be an R lineage. So as always, beloved family, these things are for edification of truth. So we're going to go through some history, and as always, fair use. So we're going to look at this thing historically and put these things together. So let me read something to you before we look at this. After the Greek kingdom reached India, many in far China mixed with Yavain, right? You probably seen this name before. Is historical, right? When they think about the Indo-Greeks, they call them Yavain, right? That's actually even in China, right? Yavain. Who is Yavain? Those are the Greeks, right? The Greeks, those are also going to be the Romans. Remember, the Romans were basically like a wall around the Greeks. The Romans were like an iron wall around the Greeks, which were centered around the area of basically what you would say Anatolia or what is now Turkey, right? So Yavain is going to be the Greeks, those are the Romans, and all those as well. Now watch what it says, to a middle mix of people by the connection of the Silk Road. So the Silk Road is actually what connected them. I'm not going to play this whole thing, but we're going to see a little bit.
This video was made possible by Squarespace. Whether you need a domain, online store, or personal website, make it with Squarespace. During the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, 4 great states, the Roman, Han, This video was made possible by Squarespace. AD, 4 great states, the Roman, Han Chinese, Arsacid, and Kushan empires connected east and west. The Atlantic
All right, so let's break this down real fast. Now, who are these groups? The Romans, remember that's connected with Yavain, with the Greeks. Remember the Greeks have reached all the way over here, so the Greeks are actually mixed with these groups who are also mixed in this group. Mahdi is mixed in this group. Who is this group right here? This is actually going to be the Scythians. They actually got reach connecting over here. These are going to have connections with some of them over here. These are going to be actually, long story short, the Scythians, this group. And this group, and we're going to look at that genetically. We're going to look at that genetically and put it together, and I'm going to show you how it's all connected. And that's how we actually have this whole world up here, this whole upper area connected. This whole upper area was connected. Scythians, Romans with Yavain, right? Mahdi, right? That's also in the lineage. And that's also going to be a lineage over here. So this is going to be later on to the China and stuff like that.
Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. In addition,
I'm going to skip a little ahead because I want to show you something here. I just want to go. So here you can just show them, this is showing them reaching and connecting and stuff like that, and getting around and stuff like that, reaching different areas. So I just want to show you that first part. If you never seen this video, definitely see this one, because this group is what we're going to look at today. The Kushine. We're going to look at that. So not like Kush, but we're going to look at them to get an idea of who they are, because this is actually going to be a great connection here. Let's go down a little bit. So I'm going to go to something here. So let's talk about this, because this group is the same as the Saka. They're the same as the Scythians, and they're the same as this group right here. And I'm going to show you that with this quote a little bit down here. So watch what it says here. It talks about many of the scholars. Before I show you that, let me actually click this. I'm going to show you something here, and then we're going to get to some other historical quotes. Let me go up here.
Cavalry. By all accounts, Modu proved himself to be a ferocious warrior. Forces gained victory. It was no crushing and subjugating many of the surrounding tribes. Among these unfortunate victims were the formidable Yuezhi, whom Modu attacked in 176. The Chanyu sent his wise king of the right, one of his subordinates, to annihilate them. While the Xiongnu forces gained victory, it was not the decisive extermination.
All right, you see these groups right here? You see these groups right here? You see this group right here and this group? There's going to be another group called the Saka, and then you're going to see another group called the Scythian. These are actually confederacies. These groups are actually all the same. They're actually going to have our lineages. How do we know? Let's take a look here. What's interesting about these groups is that what's said about this one that we're just looking at right here, this group that's going to get pushed out.
Domination boasted of by Modu in his subsequent communication to the Chinese, and their adversaries continued to occupy lands in the Gansu corridor. Other matters would take up Modu's attention until he passed away in 174, to be succeeded by his eldest son, Jiju. 8 years later, the Xiongnu instigated another series of conquests. They first invaded the Beidi regions of China, before swinging to assault the Yuezhi once again. This was the final straw. A crushing defeat was inflicted by the Xiongnu, their rival ruler was killed, and his skull was turned into a drinking cup. The defeated confederacy, now under the slain king's successor, limped away, migrating away from the Gansu region with military forces which were still substantial and posed a great threat to any in their path. This expulsion created a domino effect, similar to that which drove the Huns towards the Roman Empire centuries later. From their Gansu homeland, the Yuezhi migrated around 2,000 miles west over the course of several decades. On their way, the tribes attacked another nomadic nation known as the Saka.
All right, so you see how they just met with another confederation, the Saka. Now, Wanu and the Yuezhi, these two groups, they are all the same. All these groups are actually the same groups. All these are actually going to have the same R lineages. These are going to be the same groups. This is what scholars say. Many scholars believe that but pretty much another branch, another confederacy of the Scythians were an Indo-European people, right? And then I'm gonna go down a little bit. So they say they're Indo-European. How do they know? By some of their mummies, right? Some of the preserved life that they had, right? Let's take a look at some of that. So here's how far they reach, right? They have a long reach, They reach all the way to India, right? They start off with the, let me grab a map here so we can maybe point it through as we go over it on a map. That's right. That's absolutely right. The Khazar Turks are from the Scythians. Khazar Turks are Gog and Magog. That's right. That's truth. Understand that that's a true statement, what the brother said right there. This is a true statement. That's why we're looking at these things unbiasedly. We're looking at these things unbiasedly with the real history and the confirmation to these things. So you see this group that we were just looking here? This is going to later become the Cushion people. They basically reach down here, all from here, reaching down, going all the way to India. And that's why, if you remember Alexander the Great route, notice how a lot of routes always stop right here, right? Why do they stop right here? Why do they stop here and why do they stop here? Because the Scythians. The Scythians are no joke. They're no small people to battle with. We're talking about the time of the Assyrians, right? They stopped right there. The Babylonians, the Persians, right? The Greeks came in and stopped right there. The Romans, they end up stopping where they stopped at. But what we actually see is that at one point when the Romans were ruling, they came in, right? The Scythians, they pushed their way in, they conquered these areas. And we're going to look at that today. But there are certain different types of groups of these things. So we're going to look at one with R1B, and we're going to look at one with R1A. So we're going to look at both of those today. Let's go back to some more evidence and look at these things. So you see this group on how they are described as Indo-European. Let's get a little more detailed on how they're Indo-European and these things. Here is going to be a very interesting piece of information right here. This one just talks about, I'm going to read it from the top. It just talks about the ones who are basically, what's that? Yanzi, I don't know how to say that. Basically the Confederate group of the Scythians, it says, may have been basically European, right? Euroid people, as indicated by the portraits of their kings on the coins they struck following their exodus to basically a place, right? We're going to look at this place, Transoia, this, or I'm probably pronouncing that weird. We're going to look at this place in the 2nd and 1st century BC. Some old place names. We're going to look at that. I'm going to go down a little bit. See this group right here that went into India? It says, especially the coins they struck in India as, see that cushion people, 1st to the 3rd century. Ancient Chinese sources, right? Ancient Chinese sources do describe the existence of white people with long hair, right? These things, very interesting. We're going to look at these things. So, and then they have some very interesting things, very well preserved. They're going to talk about these ones in Turin. Mummies were with, there's going to be the European features, right? Light hair and eyes, right? Light eyes, that's just talking about like colored eyes and things like that. And dominated by haplogroup R1A1A. Now this is going to be more of the Eastern. So you're going to have R1A1A. We're going to take a look at that in details today. Let's go down a little bit. So it's going to talk right here because we're going to know R1A. Here's a little bit on the mummies. It has a quote that I just put here, very interesting. 92% belong to Y DNA haplogroup R1A1. Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Let's keep on going and take a look at these things. So though they went to China, they're highly related. Also, another thing that's interesting is that we noted this. I'm gonna read this. mtDNA analysis showed that basically the Zio, how you say that, one branch of the Scythians people carry both East Eurasian haplogroup C and West Eurasian haplogroup H and K, right? So now they got some extra groups there, right? Some H and some Ks there. It says, whereas Y chromosomal DNA analysis revealed only the West Eurasian haplogroup E1A1A in the male individuals. Now that's important to understand. What is it showing us here? These are female lines, right? C, H, K, but every male has the R lineage. Every male, right? This is a medical site right here. It's going to be on a medical site, and it's going to tell us that every male has R1A1A, right? Every male. Here's the conclusion, gives us a little bit of a conclusion, talks about the Zio people, or how you say that, Scythian people were an admixture from populations originating from both the west and the east, implying that the Tarim Basin had been occupied by an admixture population, right? Since the Bronze Age, right? Since the early Bronze Age, to our knowledge, this is the earliest genetic evidence of an admixture, right? This means that they were there in the Bronze Age. So as soon as Israel came there, they were already in the areas, right? These ones were already in those areas. Let's go down a little bit more and get an idea on these things. So now you see the R lineage and how it reached all the way to these areas and whatnot. But let me go to something here. So besides this little video that we're just playing here, right? That's why I'm showing you that, because all these are Scythians. All this area is controlled by Scythian confederates, confederacies of Scythians that reach all the way in those areas. That's what you're seeing there. It may look confusing, but it's not. It's really not. In fact, let's hear a little bit of history on this.
Whereby the sacred history of the Bible is connected with other histories, all right, with other histories. This he undertook at the request of some learned gentlemen, and for the entertainment of those that affect not a book, all of genealogies only, a compiling which he has been much beholden to some learned moderns. All right, so he keeps explaining. So he goes into the genealogies of all these people: the Chaldeans, the Medians, the Lydians, the Persians, the monarchs of Cyprus the Great, the Persian monarchy, the Seleucid, the Ptolemite, the Carthaginians, Numidians, the Mauritanians, all right, the genealogical families of the Domitius, the Anthony, Julius Caesar, Augustus, all right, the Turkish or the Tartarian kings of Persia, the genealogy of the kings of Hungary, dukes of Tsar, Muscogee, Russia, and then it goes on, right? It keeps explaining all the genealogies.
All right, so remember, this book is written for the Prince of Britain. This is from 1632. All right, they ain't trying to be no agenda here, trying to be biblical. This is what they knew how to do. This is a very, in its time, a primary source. All right, so it says here, Table 2, the patriarchs after the flood of the line of Japhet. We're going to read a little bit about the descendants of Japhet and his line and the nations that came out of him. Going to start out here with Gomer again. And now it says here, Gomer, from whom are descended the Cimbrians or Cimmerians. Here we go. We're going back to the people we've been studying, right? And the same book from 1632, letting us.
So real fast, it's important. You can see he's bringing us some history on who are the Scythians and stuff like that. Let me actually grab right here. So we're going to look at some things. We're going to look at some very deep things today. But let me go down here and look at something here. So this is what we're looking at here. We're looking at the Gomers and all that stuff. The Cimmerians or the Cimmerians, right? Cimmerians, you ever heard that term when they say the Jews and the Cimmerians? These are different Cimmerians. These are the Cimmerians that were next to the Scythians, right? If you look up the Scythians, you'll sometimes see the Cimmerians next to them and stuff like that. So here's idea, right? The Scythians, Cimmerians. You can see some of these names there we already looked at and everything. The Saka, these things. These are all going to be related, highly related, right? The Cimmerians and all those things, that's where they got a lot of their females from, is from the groups of the Cimmerians. You probably think of the Amazonians. You probably heard that before. Amazonians, that's what basically the Cimmerians were. They're basically a place with a bunch of women that they would basically mingle with. And that's also a place they were warriors. They were also warriors. So it's on levels when it comes to that, when it comes to those type of things. But understand, right, when we see right here, this upper area here, this was owned by the Scythians. The Scythians owned these upper areas. They were a threat for a while into a powerhouse risen up in China and then started to push them out. And we're going to talk about that powerhouse as well. But first, we're going to look at this one, which is Gog and Magog.
As we said on Asia Minor, right? The Gauls, the Celtic, the Cimri, who inhabited part of Phrygia, all right, down to Turkey. Also, Magog, in all probability, settled on an isthmus between the Euxine and the Caspian Seas, the Black Sea, right? Media is generally supposed to have planted Media, right? The Mediates and Media. Javan probably took up his abode near Iona. So Javan is another son of Japhet, right? The Greeks, Javan, and the Hellenes, they come from Javan, near Iona in the southwest part of the Lesser Asia. Tubal and Meshech are supposed to have resided near the
brother Magog and Tiras is universally believed to have led his colony to Thrace. All right,
Know
so
that
the
the
talk
Sumerians,
about
it is not no enigma. So we're gonna check this. We're gonna check this out. But also I'm gonna put this right here. I'm gonna leave this alone. This is something else for something else. We're gonna look at that as well. But first, let's understand this. What's going on in this little thing? I'm gonna put this in the description. If you've never seen this before, you want to get deeper on this thing. Let's read a little bit about Magog. Let's just read a little bit about Magog. What's interesting about Magog is that it's the Scythians, right? It just describes that Magog's the Scythians, right? It goes into those things, right? The European Scythians, the Goths, things like that, right? We can get an idea on these things. We can get a little bit of the reading. So I'll put that in the description. It has a little more meat in it to go over. But that's why we're looking at these things. So you see this Cushions. The Cushions are actually going to be a connection from the Scythians. These are going to be a group of the people that come from the Scythians and things like that. So we're going to take a look real fast at the full extent of this, because understand when I say this, we're going to understand that Gog and Magog is not a small portion of the world, but rather that it's looking like it's the whole world. Just understand it when we go over these things. Just understand without a doubt that by Christ is the only way of salvation. So let's understand this thing when we go over these things carefully. So that's why we're looking at the Scythians, the connection with them and who they are in the Bible and stuff like that. For example, there's a scripture that talks about the Scythians. Let's actually look at that where it talks about that. So right here, it just talks a little bit about that, right? When we see different statements described, let's look at this person right here for the understanding. So Corinthians or Colossians 3:9 to 11, right? I'm just going to jump right here where it says the Scythians. It says, where there is neither Greek nor Jew, circumcision nor uncircumcision, barbarian, right? Barbarian in the sense like Berber or like Turk, things like that. That stuff people don't know, or a Scythian, right? Bond or free, but Christ is all in all, right? With Christ, all is all in all, right? But what we got to understand, who is this group? Who is these Scythians, right? Genetically, the Scythians in detail, it just describes them as basically being, as it says, considered the wildest of barbarians, right? A savage. That's what it describes the Scythians as a group that was basically warlords that really didn't have any houses, but moved around and conquered constantly in war and just moving around. Horse masters and arrow masters is what they are. They pretty much would basically be one of the threats in the upper north area, right? So if we want to learn the truth, we must be unbiased, right? Even if one is a blood descendant of the R haplogroup. Now, if someone is a blood descendant of the R haplogroup, just have patience and understand what we're doing, which in prophecy will be involved with almost all haplogroups. So we're going to take a look at this. But the Scythians by genetics are going to be that lineage that we're going to look at today. Now let's understand when we look at these things, the great details of these things. So let me click something here. And let's take a look at the Scythians, right? Scythia, the place where they come from, right? You can get a little idea on these things and the connection of who they're connected with. Now, this is actually going to give us a little understanding on some things. The most important thing that we want to understand is the Scythian culture, right? The culture means the genetics, right? The places where they're digging up the finds of the people who are the Scythians and things like that, and getting an idea of who they are, right? Now, what's interesting about them, if we go to genetics on them, this is what we'll find. Just like I told you about the R lineage, where it says the individuals was found to belong to R1A, 1A, 1 not. So very important. We see these genetics are something that is going to be sure. As always, remember, when studying on these things, right? Even Wikipedia's, you can check the sources to see the connection with those things. 2018, it says study the genetics of these certain culture right here. And it says, and people of later Scythian cultures, right? Such as Sumerians, right? And then Scythians and Samaritans, right? Stuff like that. Be careful with some of those names because those are going to be, close to the Sumerians where they had a town. Remember, one of the kings of the land named the town Sumerian. They would call Sumerian, but that's not the same as what the Scythians knew as Samaria. It says, while members of this place, you can see their culture, right? They just let you know, pretty much, long story short, they have the R1B, R1A lineage. R1B, R1B or R1A is what they're going to have sometimes. So you can see sometimes they'll have those ones. So majority of them is going to be R, which is going to usually be R. But they're going to be, though it's R1A and R1B, they're related. Just understand that they're going to be Scythians, but different confederacies, right? East and west of the group. Let's go over here. Let's go down a little bit so we can look at a little bit what they call Indo-Scythian. Why they call it Indo-Scythian? Because it's just some Scythians that, or Sakas that became Hellenized, right? These are the Scythians that became Hellenized. And when I say Hellenized, that's because the mixing with the Greek, a lot of Greek learning and stuff like that, and becoming one with the Greeks and a couple of different things like that. Now the Greeks, they had a large J group, which is shocking, very interesting. But they had a J group wherever they went. You can see large J's there. And you also see our lineage for the Scythians and groups like that. But it's also important to note that a lot of the Turks and stuff like that had a mix of J's and R's and other haplogroups in there. But the majority of the groups we're going to look at today is going to be R. So we're going to look at the R lineage today with these certain groups. And we can follow their lineage all the way to the world we live in today. And we're going to follow their culture and what is actually going on in these areas. So just a little bit there. I'm going to close these. Just a little bit there. And I have a little interesting little piece. Let me just make sure that's here, as I don't see it right there. It is. All right. So a little information, because what we're looking at, we're actually looking at, real digs, real finds of these individuals, right, that were buried, and find out what's going on with them. A little bit here. Here's a graveyard, right? They say like 4,000 years ago, right? Cemetery, things like that. So we're going to get an idea of these things, right? We're going to get an idea of these things. So I'm going to let a little video play and we're going to talk about it.
In the early 20th century, European explorers began discovering mummies in the arid Tarim Basin in northwest China. Not everybody believed the early British reports of Caucasian mummies, but then more were found. The oldest of all showed up in 1979 at the Gomuku Cemetery, which had 42 graves, most of which dated between 2100 and 1500 BC. There were two types of tomb at the site, belonging to two different time periods. There were two types of tomb at the site, belonging to two different time periods. The strangest thing about the mummies is that they were white people. The oldest mummy is called Lulan Beauty, and she was a white woman who died 3,800 years ago in China. The oldest ones from Gomuku were Caucasoid, but other cemeteries, such as at Yanbulak, contain more recent burials of Mongoloid Asiatic peoples. More than 30 mummies were found at the Bronze Age Zhaohe tomb complex in an oblong sand dune. The complex contains about 330 tombs, about 160 of which have been violated by grave robbers. Some Tarim Basin burials are in boats, despite the absence of water. This resembles burial customs among the ancient Nordic peoples. This one is known as Chia Chen Ma. Notable for his red hair, his stature at nearly 2 meters tall, and his European-style tartan trousers, which were the oldest ever found, until another pair of trousers was found quite close by, which are 400 years older, making them over 3,000 years old. Trousers were first invented by early Indo-Europeans of the Eurasian steppe, so they could keep their legs warm while riding the first domestic horses. Analysis of the mummy's woolen garments reveals a typically European tartan-like pattern, which the Chinese did not use, and that it was made from a kind of wool typical of European sheep. Chia Chen Man's clothes closely resemble fabrics from the Hallstatt culture of Iron Age Central Europe. The bodies are well preserved due to the dry and salty conditions of the desert. Some of the bodies had symbols painted on them, such as these on Chechen Man's face. This woman was tattooed. Quite similar to later Scythian women who have been preserved, such as this reconstruction of a Siberian Scythian woman. One of the mummies shows evidence of having undergone surgery with horsehair used for stitches. He, like others, had lung disease from breathing in too much sand. These people had very tough lives, and their men were forced to hunt vultures, badgers, lizards, and snakes for food. The Taklamakan Desert of western Xinjiang takes its name from an old Persian saying meaning the place of no return. Temperatures range from 40 degrees.
So if you want to get real deep into this understanding on these, this is where I was talking about when I was studying China, that the R lineage reached all the way to China. And I was like, that's interesting. How did the R lineage get over there? Obviously, that must be some history to that. So this is actually very important. R1A and R1B is actually Scythians. If you've never seen this video or this channel, I recommend taking a look at this little video, as I'll put it in the description. I'll put this one and a few other ones in the description. So very interesting when looking at these things, whatnot, to see these things on how they are. Let me go back a little bit.
AD. They belong to a unique Indo-European isolate family, distinct from any other Indo-European language, even the East Iranic languages of the Tokhari.
So I'm just going over a little bit. So remember, they're all confederacies, but you can see how they're highly related. The differences with them is slim to none. Pretty much when we're talking about a genetic comparison, it's slim to none on the comparison of how they're related. Now, let's also remember, there's going to be another group, which are going to become some of the ones over here. They're going to have a different B, a different letter, right? They're going to have R1B. There's going to be another one of R1A. That's going to be more of this way, and there's going to be one on this way. We're going to look at that on a whole chart, and we can see that clear understanding on there. So here is just, a little bit on them. It gets very deep, talks a lot about them, into a lot of detail and who they are. I'm just going to close that. So little history. I'm going to put this, so the ones that I'm going to save, that I'm going to probably put in the bottom here just for, extra food and things like that. I'm going to put those there. So this is obviously the video that we're doing today is a continuation off of when we talked about the forgotten history of the Scythians. If you haven't seen that yet, or don't know much of the Scythians, this just goes directly historical stuff on the Scythians. We don't even talk about genetics here. We just talk about the history. We talk a little bit about the genetics, but not that much. Right here is just talks about the history of the Scythians. So I really recommend seeing this too with this video that we're doing today. Today, we're going to get more detailed on the genetics of these individuals. So we're going to get directly detailed on the direct genetics of these individuals. So we're going to look at that. So now what's interesting about this is that if you notice, we're looking at the R lineage. Now the R lineage is actually a dominant lineage today. Today, the R lineage is a dominant lineage today. You can actually see it in majority of people today, right? Most people today have it. When I say most people, the predominant lineage that colonized the whole world is going to be the R lineage. That's why you see it in almost all the major areas. Now let's look a little bit at this. It says right here, it says the most frequent subclad of R group in Europe is R1B, M269, with frequencies ranging from 41 to 83%. Right? That's a high percentage because we know that the upper areas were controlled by the Scythians. Who else has that? It also talks about the haplogroup. R1B M269 shows the presence of this haplogroup in various Jewish communities, right? The Ashkenazi sample cluster primarily with European R1B samples, or created recently forming clusters, right? You can see some of that, a little understanding there when we looked at the who they are related to and things like that. So you can see some of these things are fairly interesting when taking a look at them and the depth of the details of them. More than 100 million European men carry a type called RM269. So identifying when this genetic group spread out is vital to understanding the peopling of Europe. So we now know who is connected to the R lineage. RM2, right, 69 is most common in Western Europe, right? Western Europe, right? When you think Western Europe, think of, your classic side of Europe, right here, right? There's going to be more your area where you see your RM269 is going to be what you're going to see here. And it's going to be a different part of Europe, which we're going to take a look at. So some of the major areas, right, that we see that, the R lineage there, right? Go up a little bit. So that's what we're looking at here. So we're looking at that R lineage and the spread of it and what's going on with it. What's happening with this lineage, right? Just lets us know a little bit about it. Let's also look a little bit, right? Because we're looking at where it came from, the Scythians. There's an ancient map. This is a map from the 400 BC time, right? 425 BC, 484, by Herodotus, right? By the historian Herodotus, who's writing about these people. And notice he puts the Scythians up here, right? The Scythians, Scythia. The Scythians, they're going to reach a long distance up here because they actually are the people up here. Now, remember, Herodotus being with the Greeks, he's writing of what he knows, right? He can't really reach to the more detailed stuff at the top because the Scythians are ruling up there, and there are people not to be messed with. They were eating people, and they were very barbaric compared to some of the they call civilized folk of the Greek Empire. That's why when they talk about some of the Scythians became Hellenized, that basically means they basically stopped being so barbaric. So it's very interesting when you think about that, because a lot of times when people think hunters and gatherers, they think Africans, they think ancient world Africa, but really some of the most barbaric of the groups were actually up here, far up here before the teaching, because a lot of times they didn't have documents. They didn't actually do a lot of writing of documents like a lot of the areas over here did. A lot of areas over here, even China, started doing documents, but the Scythians were more of a warlike people, constantly moving around with different types of ideas, right? And what's also important is that they, even though they're Japheth, right, Gog and Magog, they're Japheth, Yavain didn't have anything to do with them. He didn't want really much to do with them, so they were constantly like, if they would come at each other, they would push each other out. There was times in the ancient time where the Scythians would try to invade the Greeks, and that wouldn't happen. And then obviously Mahdi, right, when you think of Media and all that, Mahdi is actually going to be also the area that pretty much, if you notice on the map, right, ancient Mahdi, I don't know why it's not opening. Ancient Mahdi, right, is at that corner right here. Ancient Mahdi was at that corner there, keeping the Scythians from entering to these areas. That was constantly pushing them out, right? When the Syrians got sacked by the Scythians, the Mahdi and the Babylonians, they worked together with the Scythians to sack Assyria, but then Mahdi pushed the Scythians out, pushed them all out of there, and that didn't happen, right? When we seen that happen before, but the Scythians were always known to reach into here. Here's the Persian Empire, right? They did a damage on the Persian Empire, on Cyrus and Darius, right? Women did a lot of damage to them. So you can see they have a big influence in history. They have a major influence in history and in the biblical narrative. So we're going to take a look at these things, right? The depth of these things. So I'm going to close some of these that seems confusing, so I don't get too confusing. Just going to close some of them. You can look at ancient times, right? The R lineage, right? Let's go down a little bit and let's look at ancient times of the R lineage. So we can see the R lineage all in these areas, right? All in these areas, right? We got R1, we got R1B, we got R1A, right? R1A in some areas, R1B, right? We can look in this area right here where the Scythians were, right? You see this area right above Armenia. Start with a KHV right there, KHV, this one right here. It has R1B and R1A and Q, which is connected with R. The Q, R, and A, the Q and R is actually right there, up there. So we're going to see them actually in this upper area here. So we're going to see them in this area, in the area where the Scythians are. And then we're going to notice what happens later on in time. We're going to note what happens later on as time proceeds. So let's go down and take a look at this. So this one, we already went through, just talked about some things on here when we talked about the evidence of the genetics, how we can connect them to each other, and also how far do they reach? They reach all of the upper area. So when you see the Scythians, when you think Scythian, think rulers of the north, right? The Scythian, they're a ruler of the north, right? And also, I'm glad the brother was talking about the pronunciation, because I noted some names, not on this, but on this. I noticed some names, right? What's also important before I scroll down, a lot of the Scythians, they end up also coming into the area of Sidon. Now, that's very interesting because in the land of Sidon, the Canaanites were there. But it is highly evident that individuals that came into Sidon were actually going to be a people that were connected with the Sea people and the Scythians. And the reason why I say that, because let's take a look at this. So the sea people behind the Philistines were Aegean, right? Including R1b M269 lineages. Okay, so that's very interesting. So R1b M269 came down and settled in the area with the where you see Tyre and Zidon, right? Tyre and Zidon, what's interesting about that, I talked about that before. The way that the Natufian layout is, it curves around Tyre and Zidon, right? Because Tyre and Zidon was an area that was never owned by the Jews. It was never owned by the Judeans, right? We can also note where they came from. We can follow their migration. They came from the upper area. They also came through Greek areas right here. They came through Rome, these areas here. So they would have came in, they would have became the sea peoples and settled in some of these areas. So we can see some of these groups that would have settled in these areas. And also the J, those are also would be accompanied by a lot of those groups because we can find those in the north. So this is actually a very interesting one when we look at the Greeks and we look at the ancient people. R and J is a group that we mainly see up in those areas. But today we're going to focus on that R lineage that came from the north. So a couple different places. You know, they can say where they found that R lineage and stuff, the sea peoples, right? They say they found them over here. So they actually end up settling in some of these areas, right? So that's why you sometimes you hear that term, European, like when that's one of those things, right? What's more shocking, if Israel was European or if they was actually African? Probably if they were European, that would shock you more. Why? Because the biblical narrative is that they went into Africa, right? Egypt, they went into Africa. They got African women, right? They married some of the, Joseph had both his sons from an Egyptian, right? Moses with an Egyptian, stuff like that. They went down there. So it's more shocking. So that's why if you ever see when they talk about Ashkenazi, they, oh, Ashkenazi are European. That's shocking. Why? Because no one went up there. The area of the north, that was usually the Scythians up there. Not a lot of people actually went up there because it was more a war zone. It was more of an area that not a lot of people can pierce through. But as you can see here, it just talks about that R1b M269 came down. In fact, one interpreted it as a Canaanite official residing at the site. Obviously, you got to understand when we look at these things, this is going to be an invader from the north going down into the land of Sidon. So you can see some of these things, right? They talk about the sea peoples, right? They can trace their genetics all the way up there. They got different ones, your R1b, long story short, all of them fit into the area, right? Any other related R1b, R1b M73, R1b V88, even R1b V1636 wouldn't fit as well as R1b M269. The reason why it's saying that because it's saying that certain lineage R1b M269 was the sea peoples. That certain one, that pinpoint one. So it's very interesting to see that the sea peoples also had a mixture of the same people. So they had a mixture of also the Scythian people. So they came down there and basically settled in there. And they also, as you can see, if anything, the PCA suggested an origin of the R1b samples closer to the Aegean populations relative to the J individuals. You see what's going on there? Or relative to the J individuals. Because if you look up Neolithic Greece, right, you're going to see a J there, right? You're going to see a J in the Neolithic Greece time, right? You can look that up. Probably spelling that weird. I guess Neo with an I. Isn't it? Neolithic. Neolithic. Yeah. That's with an I. Let me make sure I'm spelling that right. I'm probably spelling it all weird. Neolithic. That's how you spell it. All right. I just want to show you Neolithic Greece real fast. So here's Neolithic Greece. The reason why I want to show you it is because if you go to Neolithic Greece, right, about that time, long time ago, you'll notice that if you look at the genetics, you'll see the J group there. If I could find that. Let's see. So genetic study. This one is okay. Just there's a little bit of it, but that's one of them. Just taking a look here. There's a better place where this is at. Let's go down. And I'm not gonna look for it too much, but you can find it. It's not that hard to find it. And look at the J. You can see the J is actually gonna be something also native to that area. I guess to make it faster just to see it. Right down. Let me make sure this is it. Down here. Right? When we look at the area ancient times, right here, you can see this will be your J, the red arrow on here, right? Your red arrow is going to point to where your J's are. So J's are going to be here. They're going to be here. They're going to be here, right? Neolithic Greece. They're going to be there. And they're going to be here. They're going to be here as well because they became the sea peoples. And then you notice with the R's are going to be basically everywhere you see J in almost all these areas up here. And this area is where you're going to see the R. So the R end up settling in these areas too in ancient times. They reached pretty far. And they obviously reached far onto China, that way of China. So we're going to be looking at the same groupings of people. So let me close this. We don't need this one now. And then we had looked at this right here. Now, let me show you something when we talk about that R lineage. Why is that R lineage so important? Because when we look at the Germans, we actually have a very interesting quote. What's an interesting quote? I'm going to come back to this quote. We're going to come back to this quote, but first, I'm going to play a video for a reference, as I think it's important to look at these things piece by piece. So we're going to play a video for a reference, and then we're going to move from there.
Shalom from Israel. I have good news. 2 weeks ago, or 2.5 weeks ago, I was in Jerusalem, and the tomb is empty. Amen. So it's important that we know that. One of the things that people around the world are deprived from is basically the understanding that not only that our days are numbered, but that every single event in the world has been foretold by God through his prophets, and that God is super interested that his children will know his plans. We don't have to go to any psychic to describe something catastrophic. He's going to say, this is an Armageddon. Our hope is lost, and we ourselves have been cut off. But tell them, oh Ezekiel, oh my people, I'm about to take you out of that graveyard, and I will pull you out, and I will set you on your own soil.
All right, so I'm not going to play this video because this video is going to provoke me. But understand when I say this. Understand when you study the information, when you're looking at Gog and Magog and try to figure out who they are, be careful on where you're getting that information from. Today, you're going to really see it all with the historical understanding unbiasedly. It's very important that a lot of people like to, push it to other people, but whether we are or aren't, we know that we're saved by the truth, but we have to understand the truth in these things. The reason why I say that is because I'm just going to go to certain timestamps on certain things, and I'm going to talk about it based on these timestamps. The reason why is because I think it's important to understand these things. So I'm going to go to 10 right here.
With Put and Cush that join them as well. There's a description of 5 different countries that will come against Israel while Israel is safe, secure, and prosperous. Now, I know that it's kind of weird for you to hear that Israel is safe and secure. But I want to tell you something. Downtown Dallas is more dangerous than Jerusalem. Just so you know. A trip to Israel, the most dangerous part in the trip to Israel is the road to DFW. Just so we know. And the biggest danger within Israel is overeating, just so you know. But I'm trying to say, we've never had it so safe, so secure, and so prosperous as we have it right now. You have to understand, we are the 2nd generation of Holocaust survivors. When they came to
All right, let's break down some truth real fast. So I think this is very important because a lot of people, they center this prophecy around the people living in the land of Israel. But we need to come to truth and understanding of truth. What we need to understand is this. Judah has not been gathered yet. How do we know? Because in the same video, he also says Israel is gathered, and he also says they're waiting for the Messiah to gather them. Ezekiel 38 and 39 completely makes it clear that we're waiting for the Messiah to come. Not only that, but we got to be careful with a lot of conclusions, how some people are trying to say that the time we live in, everything's done, right? The things that I promised that's going to come to pass, that Israel's gathered already and stuff like that. We got to stop saying these things. These are not the things that actually is going to happen, but rather let's look at the truth of these things. So let's proceed and let's understand something. First, let me show you something. First, let's understand this so we can get this out of the way. The Germans were not a different people. In fact, when the Germans took them, they knew for a fact that they were the same people. They knew it. They knew that they were the same people. That's even on a child's site when they talk about the Aryans. They knew that the Jews, most of the Jews, who they call the Jews, and the Arabs, they knew they were the same people. In fact, let's look at it ourselves. Let's take a look at this thing ourselves, and we can get an understanding on this. Here is a list of R and A haplogroups, right? What I'm going to show you here is a connection that is very important to take note of. The connection here is that the R1A and R1A and R1B and all those things, you can find those in the Germans. Long story short, we can look at the Germans, the one from Germany and Israel and Ashkenazi and all those stuff, and they have the same haplogroups. They have the same haplogroup. They're the same people, right? Even to all the way to Hitler. They have the same haplogroups. In fact, let me read you something real fast about this. I've been talking about this bottleneck for a while, and I've been trying to explain people. There's no way they're the Jews because of the bottleneck. In fact, listen to this. Recent Ashkenazi Jewish history from whole genome suggested a bottleneck of merely 350 individuals. It is important to note that while this bottleneck does not necessarily coincide with the founding effective male population size and event for Ashkenazi Jews, it does tell us that, watch what it says here, watch what it does tell us. It does tell us that the Ashkenazi Levite R1A Y26, this is actually the another one, right? 2619 ancestor was likely among the founding males upon whom the bottleneck applied. You see what it's saying there? Now, why is that important? Because remember, if they are the Jews, right? How is it that they have the Scythians genetics? You see what's going on there? Now, remember, there's different ones, the split. There's R1A and there's R1B, right? There's different groups of them. The reason why I find this important is because we have to understand the truth of these things, right? Here's another one, taken together, the magnitude of the data presented herein, right? Just talks about these things going down. It can be strongly argued that the contemporary R1A Y2619 Ashkenazi Levite descend from a single, they say, Levite ancestor who lived in Europe. So Levite lived in Europe from the Levant. The expansion of his direct male lineage began in a time frame compatible with the expansion pattern observed for several, it says, additional founding fathers of Ashkenazi Jewry. This is important to understand. This additional piece that's here is important to understand. When we look at the details here, we got to look at what's going on, what's actually going on with these things and whatnot. Let's look at this one now. The sister clades of R1A M or R1A Y26919, right? Within R1A says M582, right? Just talks about how they all within that same time, right? 3000 were sampled in basic Iranians, right? And then just talks about these groups, Kermans and Zadi, and one sample from Iberia, right? Further, let's go down a little bit. I'm gonna go down to this part right here. Watch what it says here. Just talks about right here, talks about the R1A, right? R1A samples distributed through the Middle East. It just talks about Anatolia, Caucasus, and India. Now, how did it get in the Middle East, right? We already looked at that. That's the genetics that's found in the land of Sidon from the Scythians coming down into that area, right? Whereas East European branches represent an early split of R1A, right? European, it shows the early split because we're looking at the Scythians, getting where that's coming from. I think these things are important to understand so that we can find out the truth of these things, right? Just tells us where they came from, right? You can find it in the Middle East, in Caucasus, and in Anatolia, right? Because that's where we find those other lineages, right? We can find those ones. Very important when we take a look at those things. Very, very important when we take a look at those things. So they just talk about, some places also where they're found and whatnot. I'm going to go down a little bit. Actually, right here, this just talks about also those other ones that's found. We already talked about that. Now let's talk about this. Let's talk about this in a little more detail. Let me close this one. Let's talk about this in a little more detail, right? We know where the Scythians are, right? We can see them on old maps and things like that. All right, you can get an idea of that, where they are and how they reach out and have connections even with the Celts, even over here, right? Reaching far. 400 BC with all these things. Let's close this. Now, let's have a conversation on the depth of this. Now, you see this right here, the Gog Turks. Now, remember, we already pointed out where the Scythians are, right? Remember, we already pointed out that the Scythians reach all the way over here. Notice the same layout when we look at the Gog Turks, right? Their names sometimes change. That's why I wanted to show you this, right? When we look at those lineages, the R lineages and things like that, we can talk about a little bit also of the females line. The reason why it's important to understand the females line is because there's also, now if we match one male chromosome, that's one thing. But if we find another one in the females line, then we have a problem. We need to look at something. We also find a very interesting lineage, right? 60% of Ashkenazi lineages belong to haplogroups H, J. These are going to be MT DNA, your mother's female line. Note the U5 there, right? The U lineage is going to be your European lineage. That's very important, right? Now I want to show you what it's actually going to say here. It says, overall, it seems that at least 80% of Ashkenazi, basically maternal or mtDNA ancestry is due to, right, assimilation of mtDNAs indigenous, right, to Europe, right? It's basically letting us know some of the groups are in Europe, most likely through conversion. They say most likely. But let's understand something. So it's just talk about it, Western Europe. Now let's see what lineage is in them. What is this exact lineage that they actually have that's in them? What exactly is this lineage, right? This U5. See what's saying right there? This haplogroup U5. Let's take a look at here on this U5. Now, who has U5? We actually found U5 in a very interesting place. Let me close some of these things. All right. And let's look right here. So what's interesting is we actually found a very interesting find. A Phoenician young man, right, had an ancestry DNA finds that, long story short, he has a European mtDNA. And that lineage that he has is actually U5. It actually has that U5 there. It says the team analyzed basically mtDNA of 47 Lebanese people and found none were of the U5 lineage. So now what's interesting is, remember, this is you ever heard when they said the Canaanites, they are the Lebanese? No, they're not. The Lebanese are not the Canaanites. They're not. The Lebanese are more closely related to other people, but the people who are more closer to this U5, the Canaanites, is the Ashkenazi. The Ashkenazi are more related to them. And these are going to be the ones that came from the north and settled in the land of Sidon and Tyre. These are going to be the ones that came from that area and settled in the land of Syra and Tyre. So you can see they would have the same ones as you see here, the Phoenicians, right? Now, what's also interesting is that this is also found in, this U5 is also found in the Scythians, this U5 right here. We can actually type it down. Let's just type that down a little bit. And then we can see right here, a little bit on nature. It just talks about, you know, the Black Sea. I've been trying to open up this Google Earth thing for a minute so that we can get a good understanding on these things and understand what's going on, right? This is talking about, so father DNA and mother DNA shows that they're highly related to the Scythians, and especially pinpoint of the ones that settled in Zyra and Titan, right? Sidon and Tyre. So right here, this is going to be where it is, like Lebanon and everything right now, where we see what it's called. But let's go back over here. Let's go back over here once it loads up. All right. Let's close this. All right, so here it is. We're going to look at for that U5. Let's take a look here. Okay, so here it is. This talks about 1/3 of all MT lineages in our database. And remember, this is talking about the Scythians. The Scythians were nomadic people and everything. It's just talking about what they found of them. Talk about it from Europe. 1/3 of all MT lineages in our database belong to subdivisions of MT haplogroup U5. You see what's going on there? So U5 is going to be, in the sense, even 1/3 of the Scythians. So we have a large lineage of the Scythians, of a people that should not have any type of relationship at all with Israel, but yet they have a relationship. When I say relationship, as in that sense of genetically, understand what I'm saying? It shouldn't be that close at all. It shouldn't be that close at all. But that's what we see. Now, what's interesting about this, when we look at the information here, we got to take that and consider that. Now, just keep that in mind. Just keep that information in mind, that they have the male line of the Scythians and the female line of the Scythians, and multiple different angles of it. And they also, if we follow the history of them, like the Khazars and stuff like that, they end up settling these areas, right? They came from these areas. This is an area where we actually find them at. We find our genetics at. We can also find that throughout time. But let's understand it. So when we look at these people, they're not different. When we look at the Germans and stuff like that, they're not different. But we got to understand that their names change. So they're always going to be usually in this area. They're going to be related to individuals that's homeland is this area. In fact, here's an idea of the name changes. So this is just something I noted over the year, the time, and find out these different names. Obviously, when we look at the Scythians, I'm going to show you right now. Let me close. In fact, I'll leave these there. Let me show you something real fast with the Scythians. Let's just type down Scythian. Right? We're going to look up the Scythians. Let's go to Scythians. And what are they also called? Scythians, right? Known as the Scythians, right? Scythies, Saka, right? Saki. Now watch what it starts to become. Is Zaaki. I'm not even going to try to pronounce this one, but this one, as you know, Ashkenaz, right? These are going to be the Scythians. Now notice what's going on here, right? Ashkuz. Now I'm going to show you something before we start getting more into this. Let's go back to this note over here, or here, right here. All right, so let's see some of the names. So some of the names, right? Ashkenaz, right? Ashanti. You probably heard that before. That's the ones from the Gomer, or if not Gomer, in a sense, the Gog and Magog, right? Ashanti, stuff like that. Ashani, Ashkuz, right? Ashkenazi, these things, Scythians, right? Sumerians, Sumerians, stuff like that. Gomerians, Gomari, these are going to be very related, right? Amaleks, these are the same, right? There's Uz, Armenia, Amalek, Gauls, Galatia, Galatians, right? Gomari, all these things, Gomerians. These are all going to be the same, right? Gomer, Gamer, stuff like that, right? These are going to be highly related from the lands of Jutland and stuff like that. They also say it's possible for them to have a mix of Dananites with them. Possible to have some Danites mixed up. It's possible. It's very possible. You got your Celtics here, your Celtics, right? Gauls, Gomers, Goths, stuff like that. Barbarians, these are your barbarians where they say the Berbers, right? Berber, barbarian, those are going to be the same thing, right? Celtic, barbarian, stuff like that. Celtic, Scythian, stuff like that. Those are going to be names that you can find that are going to be highly related. So these are just names that they have throughout all time, right? These are actually just names that they have over all time. Now, what's also important to note, they have a lot of relations in their time. If you follow these names, a lot of relations in confederacies. So that's important to understand. When we think about the ones in Khazaria, right? Khazar, Gog Turk, stuff like that. Khazar, right? These are going to be the ones. These are going to be the ones that we are talking about that are going to be the ones in definition going to be Gog and Magog. There's going to be Gog. In fact, for the direct detail of those things, remember the Gauls, these are also going to be a part of them, but they're going to be actually Gomer. And then you're going to have, obviously, the Scythians, that group being Magog. So that's going to be these groups. So Magog, Gog, Gaul, Galatians, things like that. These are going to be all the same. All of these that you see here are going to be the same. Same. Different names, but same people over time, right? These going to be the same groups, whatnot. I'm going to now go over here. So there's that group that you've seen there. These are the Scythians. They reached over here. Now, it may look like a small picture that we're painting here, but rather at the end of the story, what we're going to do is we're going to show you how this whole group end up taking over the whole world. The whole world that we see today is actually mainly colonized by Germanic descendants. That's actually the Scythians, which you see actually will fill up this whole thing. This whole thing will be filled, is that they spread across the whole world and that the whole world is actually engulfed. So we're going to look at that and get an idea on these things. So when we think Gog and Magog, we're not actually talking about one person. That's why I also was delaying to bring this out, because it's heavy. But understand this, Gog and Magog is not just one person. They're not just one person, but they're actually multiple people. Let's look at something here.
Israel, as chapter 37 describes, they came with the understanding that we were nearly completely annihilated. And now, in the early years of Israel, 1948, 56, and 67, and even 1973, we were on the daily danger of being annihilated, of being completely extinct. You understand that the Arab countries around Israel vowed to destroy Israel any moment.
And always remember, when you're looking at how they say Palestinian Arabs and stuff like that, Iranians and stuff like that, they're genetically the same. When I say genetically the same, I'm not talking about a split from Ishmael and his descendants and Israel and their descendants. I'm talking about they're on the same branch. They're the same, like in the sense of understanding. They're the same. A lot of them just have different names, but they're going to be the same. A lot of them are going to be the same. In fact, when we think of like Armenians and stuff like that, there's no haplogroup that the Armenians have that the Ashkenazi don't have. They're the same. They're all the same. Now, the reason why I say this is important is because when we're looking at these things, we got to be careful when we're looking at the understanding of Gog and Magog, right? He ended up saying something very odd on here. I'm going to go to that 1935. Go to 1935. Now, the reason why is because this is what I call, when you're not understanding these things, prophecy gets twisted. It gets twisted.
Message this morning, we spoke of Daniel's 70 weeks. And we learned that for 69 weeks, he dealt with Israel. Then came a long period of what I call the valley between the mountain peaks, where he dealt with all of you, even in Texas. That's when brisket was invented and the Lone Star was placed and all of that. But then the 70th week is back to deal with Israel, and is back, the focus is shifted back to Jerusalem as well.
If there's anything that upsets me more, is the perversion of the 70 weeks prophecy. What is the 70 weeks prophecy about? Who is the 70 weeks prophecy about? It's about the Messiah. It's already done to completion. The whole setting on how it said Messiah at the 3 weeks and whatnot, the whole thing, right? After the pretty much, long story short, after the last week, we know that he's going to be cut off in the midst of the week. And then that's when that ending comes. But a lot of people take the 70 weeks prophecy and pervert it. Now, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you this thing because I think it's important to understand. What did we just see when we were studying genetics, when we study on these individuals? Let me actually, not this one. In fact, let's go, before I show you this, I need to show you something else first. Now, what did I just show you? What was something that I just showed you about the 70 weeks prophecy? In fact, I got to open it up. What is something I just showed you? I just showed you that when we looked at the 70 weeks prophecy and the details of it, the 70 weeks prophecy is about the Messiah. But you know what a lot of people like to do when they take the 70 weeks prophecy? They like to use it for Israel today. Now, I say Israel, I'm talking about the people living in the land. Now, this is important to understand that the 70 weeks prophecy is a prophecy that's done to completion. It's a prophecy that's done to completion. We can take the whole history, we can break it down and all those things. It has nothing to do with the idea of how they keep on saying 70 years. It has been 70 years. That's not what the 70 weeks prophecy is about. The 70 weeks prophecy is about Messiah. But there is a prophecy about the 70th year of Tyre. Now, it's also important to understand that when I say that, because that understanding is actually going to be a biblical understanding that has to be understood directly. So let's look at this real fast. Let's go to Isaiah and 23. Let's understand something on what's said about here. Now, obviously, understand this is just prophecy. Prophecy speaks. But what does it say here? What did we just confirm that the astronauts had? They had the same Y chromosome, the same mtDNA. They were in Tyre and Zidon, right? They was in Tyre and Zidon. When we look at these individuals over here, see where we already looked at the Y DNA there. I'm just gonna close that one, right? We already looked at this one, right? When we looked at some of these things and the ones of the sea peoples and everything, and what groups is going on there and what we have there. Also got some J's and stuff like that. Let's close this. Now let's get to some understanding on these things. Let's get to some understanding. Who's in Tyre and Zidon? Watch what it says here. The burden of Tyre. How, O you ships of Tarshish? Okay, so now this is going to get interesting because you see these ships of Tarshish. What's going on there? We're going to be looking at a family tree here. It says, for it is laid waste, so that there is no house, no entering in. Watch what it says here. From the land of Kittim, it is revealed to them. What does it mean, the land of Kittim? Who is Kittim? Who are these family trees? This is under Yavain, right? Kittim is Rome, right? Kittim is going to be Rome. It's saying from the lands of Rome, it is revealed to them. All right, be still, you inhabitants of the isles, thou whom the merchants of Sidon that pass over the sea has replenished. You see what's going on there? You see what's saying that the isles and the islands, right? When you think of the nations, the isles and the islands and stuff like that. I don't know why this isn't opening. I'm just gonna close it. It's not opening for me. I'm gonna close that thing and close some of these too. All right, so what are you talking about the isles? Think about colonization, right? All the islands have been taken, right? Think about the colonization, right? The great waters and all these things. It says, be still, you inhabitants of the isles, thou whom the merchants of Sidon, right? The merchants of Sidon that pass over the sea have replenished. So isles have been replenished by individuals from Sidon. Now watch what it says here. And by great waters, the seed of Sahar, right? The harvest of the river is her revenue. She is a mart of nations. You got to read Isaiah 23. It's so deep. Be thou ashamed, O Sidon, right? For the sea has spoken. The sea has spoken, even the strength of the sea, saying, I travail not, nor bring forth children, neither do I nourish up young men. nor bring up virgins. As at reported concerning Egypt, no, why is it concerning Egypt? What does it mean, Egypt now? Why is it concerning Egypt, right? What does Egypt mean? What does Egypt mean in prophecy? So shall they be sorely pained at the report of Tyre. See what's going on there is we're comparing Tyre to Egypt, right? What's the prophecy in the end? What's the Lord going to do? Going to gather them from where? All the nations. Pass you over from Tarshish, right? How? You inhabitants of the isles. Now, talking about these names, I think it's important that we look at a family tree on what it's saying here. You know, what is it saying here, right? Let's just click this. You see these names here? It's talking about underneath the Yavain, right? Tarshish, Kittim. You see what's going on there? Now it's going to be a little different than Magog and Gomer, right? Gog and stuff like that. And the lineage is here, but we're looking at a different one. But now we're also going to look at this one as well. We're going to look at these ones with these ones. You can see what's going on there. It's saying basically these ones will reveal these ones. Is what it's saying there. It's actually saying these ones are going to expose these ones. You see what's going on there? Let's keep going. Let's keep on looking here and then get to the depth of the prophecy. The prophecy is going to be revealed when we look at the bottom. So let's talk about Tyre and everything. Now watch what it says here. Pass ye over Tarshish. How? Ye inhabitants of the isles. Now watch what it says here. Is this your joyous city? Is this your joyous city? Is that city your city? Right? Whose in antiquity is of ancient days, right? Her own feet shall carry her afar to sojourn. Who has taken this counsel against Tyre, right? Who's saying these things against Tyre? The crowning city, whose merchants are princes, whose trafficking are the honorable of the earth, right? Think about that, right? Think about Babylon, right? What did it say about Babylon? We're going to get an idea here because we're going to get a little understanding here on Babylon. The Lord of hosts has proposed it to stain the pride of all glory, right? To stain the pride of all glory and to bring into contempt all the honorable of the earth. See, talking about everyone on the earth. Well, watch what it says here. Pass through thy land as a river, O daughter of Tarshish, right? See what's going on there? There is no more strength. He stretched out his hand over the sea. He shook the kingdoms. The Lord has given a commandment against the merchant city to destroy the stronghold thereof. Now, it's also important to know the history behind it. We know that there was an ancient Tyre that fell of old, but watch and pay attention to this prophecy. You'll know that this is actually talking about something in the future. And he said, thou shalt no more rejoice. Thou oppressed virgin, daughter of Sidon, arise, pass over to Kittim. Right? You see what's going on there? Remember, that's Rome. There also shalt thou have no rest. Behold, the land of the Chaldeans, this people was not, till the Assyrians founded it for them that dwelled in the wilderness. They set up the towers thereof. They rise up the palaces thereof. They brought it to ruin. How you ships of Tarshish. You see how it's constantly going back and forth to these ones, right? The Chaldeans, the Assyrians, Kittim, Zidon. You see what's going on here? There's also Psalms 83. Psalms 83 is where we also see these things. It shall come to pass in that day that Tyre shall be. Now watch what it says here. What day is it talking about here? It's talking about that constant gloat that they're doing here, saying that they are the people, but they're not. Let's be careful on these things. Watch what it says here. It shall come to pass in that day that Tyre shall be forgotten. Did people forget Tyre? Shall be forgotten 70 years. Did people forget who Tyre is, who Sidon is for 70 years that they've been celebrating this thing? Let's take a look here. Let me make sure you can hear me there. All right. So you probably know about this, right? The 70-year celebration of Israel since 1947. You probably heard about that, Israel's 70th anniversary. How is Israel? Now let's ask ourselves a question. How is Israel in the land of Israel? How is that possible? When it says in Ezekiel, in the end of Ezekiel 37, right? And throughout the whole thing of Ezekiel 37, it says that Messiah, the only way they will be there if Messiah puts them there. And the only way that would happen is when the time of the Gentiles is done. It's not done yet. That time is not done yet. So how is this happening? Because it's prophecy. That Tyre shall be forgotten 70 years, according to the days of one king. After the end of 70 years shall Tyre sing as a harlot. What does it mean, sing as a harlot? Boasting itself, saying, we're Israel, we're the chosen, we're these things and that thing, right? Taking harp, go about the city, thou harlot that has been forgotten. You have been forgotten. These people don't know who you are. They're over here boasting and saying that they're Israel. They've been forgotten. Make sweet melody, sing many songs, that thou mayest be remembered. That thou mayest be remembered. Now, what's going on here? If we look at some of these things, are they singing and making songs that they may be remembered? That the Lord may look down and see what's going on, that his people is not in the land, but we see a Canaanite flag flying around the land? Are they the Canaanites? Is this a Canaanite sign? Then we talk about the Star of David, when we talked about this is actually from the Belgic Turks that actually got that from the Canaanites. You follow that throughout the whole history. Are they singing songs? Are they singing praises? Is the place of the gayest place in the world Tel Aviv? Let's understand this, family. That land has been completely tainted, and not many people know because it's been forgotten. It says, it shall come to pass after the end of 70 years that the Lord will visit Tyre, right? See what's going on there? And she shall turn, what doesn't this sound like Mystery Babylon? And she shall turn to her hire and shall commit fornication with all kingdoms of the world. What does it say about Mystery Babylon? What does it say that her cup is going to be for? What does it say about the fornication that she's going to make with the nations? And she shall turn to her hire and shall commit fornication with all kingdoms of the world upon the face of the earth. Does that sound like it happened back then? This is actually going to be Mystery Babylon that's taught here. And her merchants and her merchandise and her hires shall be holy to the Lord. It shall not be treasured up nor laid up. Now what's he talking about here? What's he talking about when he says that they shall be holy? Is he talking about that they're a holy people? Precept upon precept, line upon line. So you hear what it's saying there? Her merchants and her hire shall be holiness to the Lord. Let's connect that with a precept. Let's understand what he's saying here when he's actually bringing these things to life. Let's understand what he's actually saying here when he's speaking these things and bringing these things to life. Let's go to Jeremiah. Let's go to Jeremiah 31 and 40. Watch what it says here. It says right here, the whole valley where dead bodies and ashes are thrown, all the basically the place, all the areas, right? Terrains out of the Kidron Valley on the east, as far as the corner horse gate, will be holy to the Lord. What's going to be holy to the Lord? The whole valley where the dead bodies and the ashes are thrown is going to be holy to the Lord. So now you understand what's going to be holy to the Lord. Let's go back and understand what's going to be holy to the Lord. And her merchandise and her hire shall be holy to the Lord. It shall not be treasured up nor laid up. Shall not be treasured nor laid up. For her merchandise shall be for them that dwell before the Lord. Basically saying everything that it has is going to be taken to eat significantly and for doable clothing. You see what's going on there? It's basically letting us know it's going to be consumed. So what it's saying. So after 70 years, after it constantly let itself be remembered, right? That now they're remembered. Now comes the time of that judgment. It's very important to understand that that time is at hand. Very, very important to understand that that time is at hand. So understand when I say this thing, when I give you this information, understand someone's got to be your enemy. And apparently Israel, the real Israel, is the enemy of the world. As it says, for the gospel's sake, they are your enemies, but for the Lord's sake, they are beloved. Now understand when I say this in all the sense of understanding. Amen. That's right. That's right. We're going to get a perfect understanding on the truth of prophecy and the truth of what the scriptures is actually saying here. So let's actually get an understanding. So I'm going to continue with this video. And as you see, you know, this is why we're going over these things, because these are the common sayings of churchianity. When I say churchianity, I'm talking about people that's bending the prophecies to fit the world. Understand that when I say that.
So the shift back to Israel is once the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? God has given all of you, how many of you here are Jewish people, by the way? Oh, 1.5. Which is okay, by the way. You don't have to be Jews to, to be God's family. In fact, I don't understand why so many Gentiles want to become Jews. Trust me, you don't need to. We don't need more Jews. In fact, the Bible says that you need to provoke the Jews to jealousy. You don't need to be provoked to jealousy. You understand that? But the shift back to Israel is basically a sign that the time of the Gentiles is about to come in. And this is why it's so important. In Luke chapter 21, verse 24, Jesus said, Jerusalem will be trampled by Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled.
So as you can see, indeed, when we go over these things, we got to go over it very carefully with these things. But let's look at something, because I want you to hear a certain part that he talks about. In fact, I'm not even going to go to it. This is a very interesting little video, but he talks about how Israel's in peace and how it doesn't have walls. This is why we got to understand Ezekiel 38 is actually after the 1,000-year reign, when he's going to release Satan and gather the evil that's around the nation, which is Gog and Magog, and they're going to come up and they're basically going to persecute the beloved city, but the Lord's going to bring down fire on them. That's the second destruction. But the first destruction is described in a certain sense. But let me show you something. If you ever see someone try to say, there's a scripture that says Jerusalem shall be a city without walls. Understand, there's many walls in the land of Jerusalem today, which they call Jerusalem, but it's not Jerusalem.
The town of Bir Nabala, northeast of Jerusalem, has been living in the shadow for 15 years. Its economy was booming in the 1990s when the town linked Jerusalem to many cities in the occupied West Bank. It looks more like a ghost town now. Since the Israeli government ordered the building of the separation wall in 2002, the wall has blocked the town's main road, limiting access to people and products. Hundreds of shops have closed their doors and thousands of townspeople have left. Carpenter Midhat Karaja is one of a few who decided to keep his business open. But it's very different to when he rented the workshop in the year 2000 and employed 9 workers. Now the only car building the wall, Israelis built a stable on it. Palestinian fears have increased since Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced plans to annex parts of the West Bank.
The main goal in the Israeli agenda is to grab more lands, push more people out, especially those living in East Jerusalem. The wall.
You're in the same boat. And safe and secure as well. There's a description of 5 different countries that will come against. We with Gomer and the house of Togarmah, while Israel is safe, secure, and prosperous. Now, I know that it's kind of weird for you to hear that Israel is safe and secure. We've never had it so safe, so secure, and so prosperous as we have it right now. Completely annihilated. And now, in the early years of Israel, 1948, 56, and 67, and even 1973, we were on the daily danger of being annihilated, of being completely extinct. You understand that the Arab countries around Israel vowed to destroy Israel any moment. So we don't live in such reality anymore. Egypt has peace with Israel. Jordan has peace with Israel. And we have in Syria and Lebanon civil war that the last thing they care about at this point is Israel. You understand, we've never had it so good also when it comes to the financial. The Israeli GDP, I think, is unbelievable. Western Hemisphere. And we are in a state of war, basically, with some of our neighbors. Villages are unwalled. Villages are unwalled. Our cities are unwalled. Yes, we have a wall in Jerusalem, but that's an ancient wall. What do you want? It's an old city.
So now, if you pay attention, this is a Ashkenazi. He's over here boasting, saying that the lands of Israel are completely set as it says in Scripture, as it's going to be like a new Eden. Is it a new Eden? Are there no walls? It's very important to understand that we got to stop allowing Ezekiel 38 to be just told any type of way. Here's another one. We can see where we look at the walls. They're expert in walls. Walls are just something that's there.
The new fence at Israel's border with Egypt stands about 6 meters high, reaches far underground, and bristles with sensors and high-tech surveillance equipment aimed at stopping all would-be trespassers.
Israel, which is surrounded by what it sees as hostile neighbors, has become an expert in border security, or put more simply, building walls and fences. What you see here along the Egyptian border is part of a bigger plan by Israel to surround its entire territory with a high-tech fence.
Israel began working on this fence a few years ago, ostensibly for security reasons, but also to stop African migrants and refugees from entering the country illegally. The formidable barrier, which was completed in 2013, all but choked off the flow of people, from more than 12,000 in 2010 to just a dozen or two per year now. Shahar Nachmani, an Israeli soldier who works at the border.
On the other hand, I saw
So a lot of people were complaining about Trump building the wall, but they never think about this wall that is in Israel that's keeping out a lot of people and just separating a lot of people. Now, let's understand something. The reason why we're talking about this is because there's a lot of people like this. Do you know there's a lot of Christians that are saying that a lot of the prophecies came to pass when they didn't? When they're saying that Israel is in the land, right? And what did the scripture say in Ezekiel 37? It says that it shall be Judah and Ephraim. It says shall be all the tribes resurrected, and then Messiah, the prince, shall be over them. But we have individuals that saying Israel's in peace, screaming peace, peace, but there is no peace.
We don't have, you have to understand something. In the old days, every village had a wall. Every city had a wall. We were always feeling the danger. We don't have it anymore. I can send my kids to play out in the yard and everything will be great. So Israel is in those days, and now we see how Rosh and Meshech and Tuval, which is Russia, how Persia, which is Iran, how Gomer and Togarmah, which is Turkey, joining with Libya and Sudan. They are ganging all around Israel to come and destroy it. And I wish I had the time to go over all the current events so you understand that.
So let's think about that. So who owns Israel? Who actually owns Israel? Let's really look at the condition of Israel. I want to show you something. Before I show you this, let's understand something. Ethnicity is not a thing. You can't find genetics in ethnicity. And when we think about race, there's only one race, human race. But what we're looking at is the changes of the split of the family lines of Ham, Shem, Japheth. We can note those changes, the difference in those. But another form of oppression based on the idea of ethnicity. What is ethnicity? What is ethnicity, right? Well, before we look at that, let's understand something, right? Ethnicity, race is usually associated with let's go down. I'm going to show you something real fast. Let me just read this. So this is from Natural Geographic. This is what they say. This is what they say is really interesting. It says neither race nor ethnicity is detectable in the human genome, right? Why the human genome? Because race, we're all human. We're all one race. And then when it says ethnicity is something that's culturally based. Ethnicity is something that's culturally based. But genetics and then obviously the faith is one other thing that's tested in different ways, right? So just some interesting thing that I put here. Let me read that a little more on this, right? Obviously, you don't find it in the human genome. Humans do not have genetic variations, some of which were once associated with ancestry from different parts of the world. Obviously, we got to understand the truth about studying genetics and stuff like that, because we may also see people who say stuff like this, right? I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but just understand there's some people that say this, though base has no genetic base, right? The social concept of race still shapes the human existence, right? This is going to be an example of it shaping the human existence. But understand, we can find these groups today. We can find the split, the changes in the haplogroups, right? As ethnicity, it's of the mind, and of race, we are all the human race, right? But one needs biblical understanding to understand haplogrouping. You got to understand biblical understanding to understand haplogrouping, right? A and B is Ham. E and D is Shem. C and F brings forth the lineages of Japhetic lines, which is GHiJK HiJK. Those are going to come from your CF lineages. You can see with a little understanding on these things. But now let me show you something. Now let me show you what's actually going on in the land of Israel if they have no walls.
Many people think of Israel and Palestine as two countries at war, with this one, a state for Jewish people, occupying this one here, where Palestinians live. The truth is, both Israeli Jews and Palestinians live all over this territory, ruled by one government and one army, based on the idea of
advancing the supremacy and domination of one group of people, Jews.
And that is what guides its policies and its practices towards Palestinians.
In other words, apartheid.
Now, let me show you something, because what's also important about the understanding of these things, we already talked about it. The Palestinians, a lot of them who they call Arabs and Jews, they're the same. They're the same. Like when I say the same as the Greeks are the same, as the Romans are the same, in that sense of the same, as they are exactly the same. They're just the same. That's the only way to put it, is that they're the same. There's no private haplogroups. That's just the same. They're just the same. Now, it's also important to know that they're actually going to be related to what we just went over, the information we just went over, the Scythians, the Greeks, all these different ones. They're all combining down from the north. Now, what's also important about this, what I'm going to show you real fast, it's important to understand that the people reigning in Israel today, they are all united. They're all united. In fact, there's a video that we did just not that while back, but just recently. Let me show you something real fast. It was on the video when we had touched on, the genetics of America and stuff like that. I had said something here that was very important right here. I want to show you something that if you didn't see this part, this happened real fast just recently, but the people who own Israel are going to be all the same people. It was just it was just one group that was Arab and one group that said they were Jewish, and yet they're all the same people. Just understand that. If you're not keeping watch, this is 2021. 2022 is around the corner. 2023 is going to be it's going to be a year everyone's going to remember. Everyone's going to remember it. By the time 2024 comes, I listen to me when I say this. When I say this saying, it's not going to be another election. It's not. It's just not going to be another election. When the time comes, it's going to be a time such as the world has never seen. It's going to be a time like the world has never seen. It's going to be very intense. Mark my words for the sake of understanding. You can actually see there's going to be a gathering here, and it's going to be a united power with Israel and the Islamic powers. This is going to be very, very bad. There's also obviously an agreement with America. And now if you know who runs America, you know that's nothing to be happy about, for the sake of understanding. So you're going to have a very, very interesting alliance going on. I would recommend keeping watch on what's happening in these groups, because there's going to be some things that's going to happen. So this hasn't happened for a long time. Netanyahu, he been there for a minute. He was in there for a minute, and now you got an agreement. It's important to understand. It's going to be very
of the country's longest-serving leader, Benjamin Netanyahu. The Knesset tally came down to a single vote. In a power-sharing agreement, the new coalition government swore in former Netanyahu ally, Naftali Bennett, as the new.
Now, listen to me when I say this. I want you to hear this when I say this real fast, because this is going to be very, very...
Correspondent Ian Lee reports.
I gotta go back a little
government
bit.
swore in former Netanyahu ally, Naftali Bennett. Benjamin Netanyahu. The Knesset tally came down to a single vote. In a power-sharing agreement, the new coalition...
So you heard what I just said real fast. In a power-sharing agreement. In a power-sharing agreement. Now we're going to see, who are they sharing power with? What are the groups that they're actually sharing the power with? Remember Psalms 83.
Government swore in
power.
will be back soon.
This is Israel's new prime minister,
Naftali Bennett.
49-year-old Naftali Bennett. The tech millionaire is Netanyahu's former chief of staff. At his first cabinet meeting Monday, Bennett pledged unity, healing, and a strong relationship with the U.S. He will lead Israel's most diverse coalition in history, spanning the political divide and including, for the first time ever, an Arab party.
Including for the first time ever, an Arab party. Now. So obviously, for the sake of understanding what is actually going on, the Muslims, the Jewish tradition, and anyone who's just willing to be part of the group is all uniting together. This is Psalms 89 right before us. They're all coming together. Ezekiel's about to come to life. When I say Ezekiel, I'm talking Ezekiel 39 is about to come to life. And this is what we're seeing right before us. All these things we're seeing right before us. But let me show you in a more detailed picture who's actually in America, Israel, ruling over that land. Because remember, what did it say about Jerusalem? Who's going to be in Jerusalem and who's going to own Jerusalem? Gentiles.
Apartheid is a loaded word tied to the racist South African regime of white minority rule. But although the word comes from there, apartheid isn't just a description of what happened in South Africa. It's actually a crime against humanity under international law. In 2021, Human Rights Watch accused Israel of carrying out apartheid. It based this accusation on the 1973 Apartheid Convention and the 1998 Rome Statute, which say that 3 elements have to occur for the crime of apartheid to apply. They are an intent by one group to dominate the other, systematic oppression by one racial group over another, and one or more inhumane acts, like denying people the right to leave and to return to their country, expropriation of landed property, and the creation of separate reserves and ghettos. So let's see if any of these apply to Israel's rule over Palestinians.
About half of the people that live here under Israel's rule are Palestinian, and the other half are Jews, like myself.
For those 7 million Israeli Jews, almost the entire land is one space. Whether they're here, or here, they have the same rights, privileges, and legal status. They can move freely, vote in the same elections, and live under the same laws. The boundaries are invisible to them. But for the 7 million Palestinians, the boundaries are very visible. Whereas this is essentially one space for Israelis, Palestinians have been divided into 4 areas. Each area gets a different colored ID card issued by Israel, and your life and rights are determined by that ID card. In Gaza, Palestinians have no freedom of movement and are under a complete Israeli blockade. Israel no longer has soldiers inside Gaza, but it controls every aspect of life from the outside. People in Gaza have no civil or political rights. They've got no say in the Israeli government that controls them. Palestinians in the West Bank also have very limited freedom of movement, with their population divided into 165 disconnected cantons, cut off by Israeli military checkpoints, walls, settlements, and other infrastructure. They also have no civil or political rights in Israel. In East Jerusalem, Palestinians generally have more freedom to move, but Israel can take away their right to live in the city. They can't vote in Israeli elections, and Israel also bars them from taking part in Palestinian politics. Palestinians who are citizens of Israel can travel relatively freely, but they face restrictions on where they can live. They can vote in Israeli elections, but face legalized discrimination. Yara Hawari is a Palestinian with Israeli citizenship.
This ID system, it penetrates, all areas of life, where you live, where you study, what you work, etc. Even the more intimate areas of life, such as who you marry.
That's because for the most part, a Palestinian can't pass on their ID status to their spouse.
And this has huge implications on where they can live. Many indeed actually end up leaving and choosing to live abroad because it is that difficult.
On rare occasions, Palestinians are able to change their ID, but only in one direction.
So for instance, if a Palestinian from East Jerusalem moves somewhere else inside the West Bank, they could lose their residency in East Jerusalem. And Israel, since it's considered that a downgrade, then that's a direction that would be feasible. And further down the line, again, from Israel's perspective, if West Bankers move to the Gaza Strip, then that's a direction that Israel would accept, but not in the opposite direction.
So if you've never seen this video, I highly recommend seeing this little video about the truth of how the layout of Israel is by AJ Plus, right? Is Israel guilty of this thing against the Palestinians? Yes. Long story short, you can understand that the time is not yet. The time is not yet, but we have all types of things going on. And who's ruling in the land of Jerusalem, right? We can just understand it just by the layout of the whole land, right? Today, Jerusalem is reigned by a people that call themselves Jews, but they're not Jews. They're actually a mingled company. It's very important to understand, but yet in their idea of ethnicity, they make this people who are the same people as them, and just because they have something a little different, they put them in this little area and say, you know what, they're just, something else. They're something else. They're not us. But they're actually the same. They're all the same. They're all the same when it comes to these things. But that's why you're seeing all those things going there, the oppressions that's going on to them, because the idea of ethnicity. And remember, ethnicity is not even real a difference between genetics and who people are. I'm gonna close this because we don't need that now. Just as you can see, going over some of these things and whatnot. Now let's go a little bit into the history now. Let's talk about what's going on here. So this is just here. This note will be in the description. This will be the first note. Just talks about the Scythians, who are the Scythians and stuff. Most of us usually know who the Scythians are. At least we should know and whatnot. But going down, now we're going to talk about some history. We're going to talk a little more about some history of these things. How did they reach the world? How did the Scythians fill the whole world? What's going on today? Why do we see this large R mostly in the world? What's going on? What's happening? Right? What's happening here? Let me show you something. I'm going to show you 8.4.
Hi.
I'm going to go to something on this thing. Just a little understanding here. So now we're going to talk about what happened. We're going to talk about the colonization and what happened. What's the real story? What's going on in the world today, right? We're going to look at these things and take a look at these things. I'm going to leave that there real fast, and we're going to look at that, right? Because these are the things we got to know. How did the effects of slavery and how the effects of these things, how did it affect us? How did it affect people all around? How these things, what happened? What happened to the people, the children from the colonizers? What happened to the people of the children of the slaves? What they call the slaves, right? Let's dive deep. Let's dive to the deepest end of the truth, where once you know, you know. And from that point on, it's up to you to choose. So we're going to dive to the deepest ends of truth with these things. All right, first, this part right here, I'm just gonna explain. So Egypt, one of the earliest nations with power and whatnot. Just gonna make sure this is a decent amount, right? I'm gonna open this. So what year is this? Right? This is about the time Abraham's there, right? Abraham's moving, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, right? You see this one right here? This is gonna be where the cuneiform comes from, and then a lot of these start talking cuneiform, right? The Scythians, obviously, they're reaching over here and stuff. They're getting into these areas. This is the whole history of the whole world, right? Egypt, right? At this time, you're going to have some of the Israelites in the area with Egypt, right? These things are going to be happening. Obviously, early on, before they're called out of Egypt, right? They was there for about 330 years, right? So they're going to be in these areas. It's about almost that time for them to come out. You see that stuff going on. The Hittites, those are going to be a European nation, right? Those are going to be a European mix of things, right? We also know that Edom mixed with them. Edom mixed in with them. You got the different ones, Minoans and stuff like that. This is going to be China. They also have an effect going on here. So China, Shanghai, is going to have a couple things going on, right? So you're going to have your dynasties, and then about this time, Israel is going to soon come out of the wilderness, almost, right? You got your new kingdom in the land of Egypt. Soon then you get your Mitanni up there, Hittites, right? Remember, these are your European nations here. It's going to be your Mitanni, European nation. Remember, Mahdi is going to be over here, Mahdi, right? That later merged with the Persians and stuff. But remember, Mahdi is going to be a European nation. These are European nations. Israel's basically going through what they're going through, right? They're making their way through, going through the lands and stuff. They're going to be in the land of Israel around these times, right? They're going up. When I say in the land of Israel, going through Moab and stuff like that, they're going to be landing in these areas, right? When we think of the Natuf and stuff like that, they're already sitting in these areas. Hittites over here, there's going to be European nations, right? Now you're going to have Elam at some point in time here. It's going to be here for a little bit, but then they're going to leave. So Elam's the Shemitic lines, right? Assyria, Ashur, a lot of them were Shemitic, but then they start merging with the European nations and they became mostly European with your Mahdi and certain things like that, right? You got your Phoenicians that came in there, right? The Phoenicians, what happened there? That's the sea people, right? The 12 tribes of Israel also here. But notice, remember, they're around a certain point. You see this red area, they're around that area. And they're also around the area where the Phoenician, where the people that came down and settled in these areas are, right? The sea peoples know the difference. It's a different spot, right? They're going to be in these areas. What else is going on? So obviously, it's going to be close to the time of Solomon, right? Solomon's going to be basically, obviously, David and Solomon, the change of the kingdom. After Solomon comes the split. So we're going to note that split that's going to happen. There's Armenia getting some strength there, right? Or not Armenia, basically where the Arabs and whatnot that goes in these areas. So remember the Arabs, they have a lot of these areas, right? They have a lot of these areas, especially to note the Bronze Age collapse when they go up north. When the Arabs go north and the Bronze Age collapse, that's important to know. Arabs start owning some of these areas and they start getting Arab names, right? Probably heard of like the Neo Hittite kingdom, right? Get some of those things. So right here, this is still going on to almost to the time. Obviously, it's going to be a split here. You're going to have the time of the kings. And you see these kingdoms here. A lot of these are going to be European nations, right? In these areas. Obviously, you're going to have the Scythians over here in these different areas. We already looked at that. And obviously, your Chinese groups growing over here. They also record a lot of history. A lot of things that go on in history they record. And then we're going to have, obviously, Judah still there, right? We just seen the northern tribes get taken, Assyria trying to take Judah, but then that, goes back its way. Doesn't work out too well for them after a certain point of time. And they go and they pretty much stay into the rise of Babylon. So there's Babylon coming in. Mahdi right there. Remember Mahdi's over here. Right? That's gonna be your European nations. That's where you're gonna get your Persians start to come up. That's gonna be part of them, and that's important because Cyrus, right, Achaemenid, right, Cyrus. They thought that Cyrus was basically uniting the whole kingdoms together because his mother was a Mahdian, right? His mother was Mahdian, but his father was a Shemite. So his father would have probably E or D, and then the mother would have probably U or something in that sense of a European lineage. So he was connected with the Mahdians. So he had and he obviously died by the Scythians. He died by the Scythians. Darius died by the Scythians, and the Scythians obviously they was afflicting them very bad. And then what happened? Then you're gonna have the Greeks come in. So the Greeks right here, Alexander the Great, right? What does he do? He takes the people and he pretty much marches them through the land. So there he goes. Alexander the Great comes in. Boom. We got the growth of there. Armenia has its own area. Right? And remember, Israel is basically, when I say Israel, the northern tribes, they were sent down here. We got that in the historical report. And we already obviously know the Judah, Levi, and Benjamin are going to be in these areas, all in these areas. Right? Some even over here. So you see what's going on there? Opening up to a little more of the history. Now we're in the BC, 200 BC. Right? You see this right here? Who's this? The Scythians, Cognate, right? The Coggan. The Chaldan, or how you say it, the Ken and whatnot. Remember, that's going to be connected to the Scythians. These are all going to be connected, right? You're going to have your China over here. It's a different group. And then remember, this is going to be your Greeks. And remember this right here. You see this group right here? Who's the Parthians? These are Scythians. The Parthians are Scythians. That's important to know. The Parthians are related with the Scythians. You got to look at the Parthian coins and stuff like that. You'll understand by looking at those things. So the Parthians come in, obviously the Greeks, right? With their Hellenization and everything that they would bring into the land, right? Still BC, Rome's about to rise up. Rome's about to rise up and have power here, right? So you got the Scythians over here and here. They got a nice portion of land, right? Taking over these areas. And now you got Rome took over the areas of the Greeks, right? Now Rome's starting to rise up. This is one of the peak times of Rome, right? You see how they got all these areas. The peak time of Rome. Rome is climbing up. Got your Armenia subject to Rome. Keep that in mind. Armenia is a subject to Rome. It constantly try to switch places back and forth, but it's always going to be a subject to Rome. Keep that in mind. That Armenia is where Herod is actually reigning over this land as a puppet king, as a puppet over there. But remember, this is actually Scythians. That's why they couldn't. That's why Rome couldn't push these out. They were strong. The Scythians they're not weak. But remember, the confederacies. They're in little confederacies. So it's different groups. You got your royal Scythians here, and you got some other Scythians around these areas, like these ones and these ones, right? We got a lot of these, and the Scythians reach down into these areas as well. You can see what's going on there, right? Rome is over here holding itself. This is going to be the side of Rome we're going to see getting hit. Now, what happens over here? You may not see it. It's not on this, but the Huns are going to push some of the Turkish tribes this way. And they're moving this way. They're moving across. And notice how Rome is taking a hit, because these are actually powerful tribes. This is the Scythians being pushed this way. They're actually being pushed. These are what they call the barbarians. They call them barbarians. Scythians are the most barbaric of people, is what they say, because some of their traditions that were going on. So they'll be being pushed and coming over this way. And as they're going through it, they're battling, they're losing, they're being pushed and everything. They start coming over here. You see what's going on here? Then they start settling there. The Alans. Who are the Alans? The Alans are the same ones as the Scythians. Remember, the Alans, genetic Scythians, right? Going to be the same thing. And notice they stretch around this way. You see the Vandals? Those are going to be the same thing. They reach down into these areas, right? J's and R's coming down into Africa. You can see these things reaching into these areas. These are the Scythians too. Look at how small Rome is, right? These are pure Greeks. These are the real Greeks, but they're going to be pushed out by when the Ottomans come in, and they're going to push the Greeks out. Go through a major persecution that goes over with them. But first, before we even get there, you can see right here, who's that? Gog Turks. Now, why are they now? They were already here, but why are they now called Gog Turks? The Kogan. Why they call the Gog Turks? It's just another confederacy. There's another confederacy. There's the Avars. Remember, they were all related. Franks, they're related too. Remember, they came in, sacked Rome. All these are becoming barbaric. You're seeing the land become Germanic, what they call Germanic. They're actually going to be related with these groups. Very important to understand. See how they're taking over these areas? Now, who's this? Rising up is the original Arabs. This is going to be E1B1B. They're rising up. We can follow their genetics throughout time. They're going to end up taking a lot of this area until the Seljuk Turks push them down. We can see the combination of the J group from the Turks clashing with the E1B1B from the Arabs. We also see their group up here, because that's where the Arabs went early on. Arabs went up here and took some of these areas, which we talked about with the Hittite nation and stuff like that when they took over these areas. But now they're here. Now they're here. They're fighting with some of these groups. These groups are growing larger. Notice how some of these groups are growing larger. Advanced times are coming. More advanced times are coming. Letters are easier to send. A lot of things are getting a little more advanced. Not super advanced as we have now, but kind of advanced. So right here, you're going to have the Arab nation, right? Arab nation, keep a note on where they are at this point in time. The Khazars, you got them right here. Remember 700 BC, 780 is when these groups called themselves the Khazars. Now, they're not called the Khazars as a nation of Khazars. This land is why they're called the Khazars, because there are people that settled there in the Khazaria. There's the Armenians and stuff like that that's in these areas. Now, look, notice that Rome is still right here. Rome is still right here at this time. These are Germanic tribes. That's important to keep note. These are Germanic tribes. A little bit of Rome is here, over here, but these are Germanic tribes, right? Your Holy Roman Empire, this is not Rome. This is actually going to be Germanic tribes that took in the Roman Catholic doctrine. So they have a lot of those doctrines there, and they're going to have links with people over here, right? So you're going to have this area right here. It's going to have links all around to this area over here. And then you're going to have this right here, a false Rome. Now, watch what's going on right here. Let me go back a little bit because it happened real fast. See, the right here is the real Arabs. Watch this new group that's going to take over this area that are not the real Arabs, but they're going to soon call themselves the original Arabs. So they come down right here. These are the Seljuk Turks. Remember, these are going to be some of the Turks, not also the Scythians. These are going to be the Turks. So another grouping in their own, in a way. So more your J group, and they're going to settle in these areas. So, but notice the Greeks, you can see right here, this is going to be obviously the last piece of Rome, basically trying to fight with them. You know, they're trying to come and take this area. But what happens? They're going to end up going around. Seljuk Turks, you can see, they're going to also combine with the Arabs. They're going to become one with the Arabs. Very important. Also, we know that these are Arabs because it actually, you see right here in the green, Afro-Asiatic, Shemitic, Afro-Asiatic, Shemitic. This is going to be what it is right here, right? The original ones were dark skin. It's important to know. Most historians already know that. But now we also note the orange, the Turkish tribes, right? They're right there, right? Mongols, they're going to come in and do some damage. You see what they just did? They just took over a lot of these areas. The Mongols, remember, these were the ones that were basically, this was a one that pushed out the Scythians. So they're strong, extremely strong, because they pushed out the Scythians and they're going at it with China, right? But we're going to notice what happens with them. Something's going to happen with them is going to change the whole geography of everything. Notice, you see how they split Golden Moor? They got their own little thing going on. You can see some of these groups, they consume this area, they become one, right? They're reaching all in these areas, right? Look at the Scythians. They're pushed in this area, right? They're pushed. They can't go back. And these ones are pushed in these areas, right? Who's over here? The Turks. The Turks are in this area. So note the time. The Turks are there. Now note this growth, right? You can see that's growing, that's happening there. Now we're going to get to the whole map. We're getting a bigger picture here. Getting more of a deeper picture here. So you got the horde there. You got the Huns still in these areas. You got the Arabs over here. These are going to be Mahdi, right? There's going to be a lot of the Mahdi and stuff like that. You see this is going to be your European nations. This is actually connected with the Scythians. A lot of this is connected with the Scythians here and here. These are the Scythians and these are the Scythians, but you're going to notice they're going to come back up and take some of these areas. See the Turks? You see how they just reached over here in this area? Let me pause it. Right here, you see the Turks are here and these are here. See what's going on there? You're going to get a very interesting combination here where they're going to now have power. They're taking over Rome. They're taking over the heart of the land, right? They're taking the heart of the land. When I say the heart of the land, obviously, what's the Lord point to in his land? He says it's the throne of Satan, right? Whoever has this usually has power over all these lands. And we notice that throughout almost all of history, right? The Babylonians had it, the Persians had it, the Grecians have it, the Romans had it, and now the Turks are going to have it. They're going to have this land. Look how they stretch out. As soon as they take it, boom, they take it from who they took it from? The Ottomans. I mean, not the Ottomans. These are the Ottomans, but these are going to be taking it from the Arabs. So remember, the Ottomans are Turks. These are Turks taking the land from the Arabs. Keep that noted. So the Arabs don't have power. A lot of these lands, they kind of make a treaty with the Turks and they marry the Turks. And then Spain, colonization. Remember, these are Turks. I mean, not the Turks. These are going to be Scythians. These are going to be your what they call Germanic tribes. They also they have an agreement and say, let's own the world pretty much. Spain and Portugal. And so Spain starts settling in what is now known as Mexico and South America, Peru and stuff like that, Brazil, right? They're going to take some of these areas. You're going to see them in these areas, colonization going on, settling these areas and whatnot. And then you see Russia. Russia, what is Russia? The Scythians, right? The Scythian group, right? They're now going to grow massive, right? It's going to take some of these areas, right? They're now you're seeing places be filled. They're getting filled as it is today, right? There's almost like no mistress area, right? See the Turks there still in this area. Who's there? The Turks. See the Arabs trying to take some area, right? The Arabs pushed in certain areas, Rush filling up all these areas. Where they go? They take some of America, this area right here, but then it gets sold. The Americans buy this from the Russians right here. But you see France, the Franks, they got some of this area here. They're filling up this area. Right, you see what's going on here. Turks still over here. We're seeing this is what's going on. This is the real understanding of the colonization of the land. Who's here? Britain. Britain's here. That's very important. We're going to take a look at this, and this. We're going to take a look at these 3 points here. These 3 points are some of the ones that own most of the world. 1, 2, 3. We're going to take a look at these 3 points and see who owns most of the world. You can see what's going on there. So they got some areas, these areas, Russia, right? The Scythians, these are all Scythians. Scythian, these are all related. They're all related, right? Remember, they were pushed out and they settled in these areas. Now look at this. Now we got a settlement, someone settling in the land of Australia, right? That's important. Who's there? The Britain, right? You see what's going on there? The British. They also got some of these lands, right? These are the lands that they had took, right? This is what a colonization, we had talked about that, the colonization of these ones being put into this, another sense of slavery. What happened over in America? Who's the British? The British are the barbarians. Now, who also left the British? The Americans. They said, I don't want to be like you. I want to be our own people and have our own rules, pretty much. So they broke off from the Britain and they had America, right? 13 colonies and stuff like that. All that stuff happened. Remember, now they're in America. America is their own place. There's some of the territory. This is owned by Russia, bought by America. There it is. So Canada, that's going to be later given. Now notice the 1800s, we're going to have the divide of Africa. Notice Africa is being filled up by different groups. They are in agreement. There's not war. They're giving the Africa to whoever they want to. So they're giving it to whoever they want to. And notice this little part here. I didn't talk about that, but that's an Arab nation. If you want to find out, the real Arab nation is right in the center of the land, right there. See that? So the Seljuks were pushed out. You can see what's going on. What year is this? 1931. They were pushed up here. Notice who got here. This is actually going to be owned by the British. Who also owns here? The France, right? That happened after World War I, then World War II. Remember, they did some atrocities to the Greeks and the Armenians and stuff over here. The Ottomans. Remember, they did what they did to them. If you never heard of that, the Armenian genocide, they did what they did to these ones that were Christian and these ones that were Christian, and then some of the other ones that are in these areas that were Christian and pushed them out. That's what the Turks did. So now also remember, the Turks genetically are all in these areas, right? Because they were in these areas for a long time. Just because they pushed them out don't mean that some of them scattered in these areas. They did. Saudi Arabia, those are going to be the real Arabs, but a lot of them mixed in. That's why you get a lot of E1B1B. Almost everyone in the Middle East has E1B1B. When I say everyone, almost every grouping has E1B1B because those are the real Arabs. You also find them in the north. So you can see right there, just taking some of these areas and lands. You can see what's going on there. Libya. This Libya was already owned by the real original Arabs. We got that recorded by Flavius Josephus, book 1, chapter 15, right? So we already know that Libya was owned by them. So this was something that was owned by them for a long time. The genetics are all in these areas. You see this? So obviously they tried to take it. It wasn't happening. They're warlike people. Now, obviously, who's down here? How'd they get down here? A lot of Jews, the original Jews. When the siege had happened here, a lot of them went to Saudi Arabia and stayed around these areas. But then in 132 AD, they came back and Rome sent a third of their army and they scattered into Saudi Arabia, all of them. And some of them went into Africa at that time. They didn't go up because Rome owned this area in that time. You can look up a map of Rome in about the hundreds, and you know that they wasn't finna go up and they wasn't finna go this way because that's a mystery. They would not go this way. But they would have went to somewhere more familiar, just like when Messiah said, flee to the mountains. And that's the mountains they passed of old. So they would have went down into this area, into these areas. It's actually recorded they went here, and they went here, and they went down here. They were sent into these areas from Spain. Remember, they had the ability to ship around. That's what they were doing. They were shipping the people around. They settled them here, and it's recorded in multiple documents of these things. That's important to understand. So these Turks, keep in mind, we don't compare Israel to Turks. We don't take the J of the Turks and say everyone has to have a J, right? That's a misunderstanding that's going on. This is the truth of the history. Now you have a full understanding on what's been going on in the world today that we see. Now you see who's actually here, who's here, and who's in these areas. You see what's going on there? All right. Let me just jump to like 2000 something, 2010. We'll just leave it there. All right, so what are we looking at here? We're seeing a whole world colonized by Germanic tribes. That's actually what this represents, this thing at the bottom. The whole world was colonized by Germanic tribes. So you see what's going on there? Now there's a little understanding. That's good to understand, but that's how we can understand what happened with the Scythians, right? They started here, but what happened? They spread out this way. They went down this way. They went in here. They went over here. They also, it's important to know, they settled here too. So they settled in all these areas. They almost took almost everything. So they're like a people almost forgotten, almost like it's forgotten, but yet their history is so massive. You'll sit there and wonder, how is this possible? How is it possible that something could have slipped the eye of these things? Now let's talk about how they got into London. Let's talk about that real fast before we get on some other stuff. Let's talk about that because I think it's important to know that part of history, because London, Britain, things like that, those are going to be some of the major portions of the world today that we see. Let's look at, and let's take a look at some of their genetics. Let's take a look at these things, get a deep dive on these things. Not this, we're not get there yet, not yet. We'll get to that. But the reason why we want to look at London, because London has evidence of Gog and Magog. That's what London has. It has a piece of evidence of Gog and Magog. You've probably seen it before, but we'll look at that. We'll take a look at that. I think this one I already opened. I'll leave this here. All right. Let me go up a little bit. All right. Let's see this. So this one, this really great breakdown. Let's dive into this, into the deepest part of this now. Let's hear the history. Let's hear the history now.
Let's go to the thought bubble. Most colonists were farmers or worked on farms, and they were mostly small, unlike the giant plantations that predominated in the Caribbean. Since New England contains relatively little in the way of tropical diseases and was increasingly free of Native Americans, the colonial population there skyrocketed, so fast that families began to run out of land, so second and third sons increasingly had to go make their way in growing coastal cities. We'll talk about this more in future episodes, but for now, let's just note the idea of a person owning a small farm and the idea of freedom are pretty closely intertwined in the early part of American history. It's more of an amber waves of grain place than a behold this metropolis place. In fact, they were richer than any other colonial elites. Were they rich enough to dominate the Constitutional Convention? Time will tell. Now, not everyone was a farmer or a slave. There were growing numbers of artisans in the colonies. Although British colonial policy discouraged local manufacturing, the growing population in America meant that there was certain to be a market for locally produced goods, especially clothing and metalwork. Remember, one of the heroes of the American Revolution, Paul Revere, was a silversmith. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So that variety of jobs leads us nicely to our last topic today, colonial society. Although Americans like to think of themselves as classless, pun intended, that's not really the case. I mean, the colonies definitely had an elite ruling class, especially in the South, that did what it could to perpetuate itself. George Washington's father and grandfather were both justices of the peace, an important role in colonial times, meaning that George Washington had deeply elite roots. So that was the top of colonial society, and at the bottom was a growing number of poor people. While it's never good to be poor, it was much better to be poor in the colonies than it was in England or much of the rest of Europe, which is why people kept indenturing themselves to get here. America had lots of food, and there was the possibility of maybe someday getting some land, provided you didn't die of dysentery. Oh, and also provided you weren't a woman. Married women in 18th century colonial America generally couldn't own property, and husbands usually willed their land to their sons and their personal items to their daughters, meaning that almost all landowners were male. In the earliest days of colonization, when everyone was needed to ensure the survival of the colonies, women had a greater role in the economy, although they were still expected to be wives and mothers above all else. Male dominance was written into law and solidified in practice. Women's work was mostly confined to the home, and especially for lower-class women, it involved a lot of drudgery. As one woman, Mary Cooper, wrote in her diary in 1769, "I am dirty and distressed, almost wearied to death. This day is 40 years since I left my father's house and come here, and here have I seen little else but hard labor and sorrow." And that's actually a good place to end, because it reminds us.
All right, so if you know about the indentured servitude and stuff like that, you probably already familiar that a lot of people from the land of the British were coming to America to try to find a better life. If they were dark-skinned, they came to America thinking they were going to find a better life and found themselves doing indentured servitude, which usually lasts about 7 years, and then find themselves in a slavery. But if they was usually of a European descent, then they will find themselves in indentured servitude to the extent of that 7 years, and then find themselves free and find themselves a better life. They were coming from obviously these different areas, and they were settling in America. And then that's where we have a lot of the story to continue on to. Let's continue on with this, because understand, when I talk about America, why am I talking about America? Because America, the haplogroups that are actually found there are going to be Scythians. And we're going to look at that in the details of it, right? We're going to look at the details and the migration of these things. We're going to look at these things very closely. We're going to understand of these things, right? So R1, right? Your R1b, right? Just talking about those things, founder in Central and Western Europe, right? Just talk about their founders in a lot of these areas, right? We're not going to look at this note too much, just showing you that they're founders and everything. You can follow them and follow the genetics. Almost everyone has it. When I say everyone, common. Let's go down a little bit. So just different lineages, different branches and everything. Right here, this is ancient Europe, right? 1200, right? 1227 AD. Y chromosome, where were they mostly at? Right? You can get a look at the picture, right? R1b, R1a here. So R1a in Russia, right? That's the obvious thing. And then you got France with R1b, Germany, right? You got that in the land of the Spain, right? Spaniards and everything. You got it up here, right? Settle in all these areas. And I, remember, anywhere you see I, you're usually going to see a J, right? You see that J right there in the Caucasus Mountain, right? Your J's there. Remember those from the Turks and everything? I and J is connected. R and Q is also connected. Sometimes you see Q right there, Q. Sometimes you see those connected. So R lineage all in these areas, right? Getting an idea on these things. Now understand this is just a summary of these things because there's more detail on these things. Now let's get an understanding on what we're looking at here. Let me actually open up. That's good right there. We don't need nothing else up there. Let's go down. All right, now let's get to the history on how they got to London. How did they get to that area? Is it actually provable with history? Can we see these things with history? So first, before we do that, let's go to 340. All right, so here is going to be different lineages. I'm just going to let it play, and we're going to talk about some of these lineages and what happened here. What's the story here? What's the story behind the lineages? Let me make sure you can hear me here. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about what's going on in the north. The north is complex. The north is very complex, but it's not that hard. It's not that hard to understand, but it's extremely complex. I'm not going to play that sound. All right, so here's just an idea. You see the red right there? Those are going to be your R1b. The yellow is going to be your R1a. Now, these are all going to be family, R1a and R1b, right? You see what's going on there? R1b, R1a. So sometimes you'll see an R1a or R1b. Those are going to be majority. Your green is your J's. So you see your J's there. The green is J. So a lot of time in the north, you're going to see R and J's in the north. So you're going to see that. And you're going to see I's. I's is the blue, right? The blue there is going to be I. So I and J is on the same branch. R and Q is on the same branch, right? Because sometimes you see Q is pink. But we're going to note mainly green and red. So mainly red and yellow is what we're going to look at today. So let's take a look at these things. So this is going to be your, north, right? This is going to be in your north, but they're going to reach to America too. So we're going to look at these groups and get a little understanding on them. So here we got E1B1B. Now, remember how I told you how E1B1B is almost found in all of the places of the north. So you'll notice E1B1B, a large part that they say is only African, yet it's not. It's actually Shemitic. It's actually going to be your original Arabs that actually came into these areas that's known in the Bronze Age collapse. It's very important. But you're going to notice your other European lineages, right? Your I's and your R's and your J's. We're going to note those all together, right? Your R's there. I'm going to make it faster. There we go. So your large RA, so this one's mainly RA right there. You can see what's going on there. How the top of the area is mostly these lineages, the R lineage, R1b, mainly in these areas, right? You get a little idea on a lot of these things that's going on. Your I lineage, that's just you can see right there. Obviously, it's going to be your European. Very diverse. Europe is very diverse. That's one of the things to always remember, that it's not just a pretty picture of just everything's simple, but rather a lot of them are Japheth, yes, but there's going to be Shemites up there. Where are the Shemites? The E1B1B. Those are going to be your Shemitic lines, right? How they get up there. Those are going to be the real Arabs that came up there and settled these areas. They called a lot of these areas what they wanted to. Cyprus, you can see in these areas, they settled there. Cyprus. You got your J lineage there in Cyprus. You got your little R's a little bit. Denmark. You can see that large R there and then your I right there. Those blue. Large R, R1b in England. So what we got to find is that R1b in America, right? Are we going to find that in the nations? Here's some N, right? Some of your more isolated ones. You can see right there in the north, your N up there, right? You can see France, right? Your R1b. Remember, we know for a fact that that is going to be Scythian. We can follow that all the way to their origin, all the way to the origin of the Scythians. Right, you can see that all the way to the farthest reaches of them. Right, you got the Greece. That's very interesting. Look at the Greece, how mixed it is. So when we think of these people, sometimes we think of a pure race, but a lot of them aren't. A lot of them actually are mingled people. Right, E1B1B. Right, why is E1B1B constantly up there? Why not E1B1A? Why is it E1B1B? Why? Because E1B1B, you can follow it throughout all history that those are the Arabs, especially during the Bronze Age collapse. Right, even so. We can look at older ones and compare it and whatnot, but we don't need to look at E today. So right here, I, our lineage in all these areas, right? All these areas, all these areas have ours. All of them have the same lineage. It's not like a private lineage in any place, but rather we see the exact understanding of the migrations of peoples, right? We can completely understand what's going on in these pictures and the illustration of these things because of the migrations of peoples that happens. So we can get a good understanding on these things. Jump a little ahead here, just seeing what's going on in the end. All right, I'm gonna close this. So that's what we're seeing here. So remember, we went through the whole history of the migrations of peoples and why they're in certain places, right? We already got that. Let's go down a little bit and let's figure out how they got to London. How did they get to London, and why is it important about London, right? London is going to give us a pinpoint understanding on these things, right? The Scythian connection. Let's see a little Scythian connection when it comes to the London and these things.
Of history today, history in our own time, news relating to historical and archaeological findings, discovery in County Antrim could completely alter the perceptions that Irish people are descended from the Celts. This resulted by the chance findings of ancient bones under, of course, an Irish pub in the mid-2000s. This discovery came in 2006 when renovations were being done, when a gentleman by the name of Mr. Curry noticed a large flat stone buried beneath the surface. He investigated further, and he found a corpse of skull and bone. It turned out to be the remains of 3 humans, and after calling the police, an intense investigation began to unfold. It turned out that this was actually the location of an ancient burial site, which caught the attention of a variety of experts in Britain prior to the arrival of the people we know as the Celts. And so I'm not shocked by this. However, we do know that eventually the Celtic-speaking peoples of Europe do expand out across Europe into the Iberian Peninsula, Central Europe.
All right, so just a quick sample on that. The reason why is because it's just letting us know that the people in the lands of those lands are connected with the Celts. And we already looked a little bit at this. Now I'm going to show you something when we look at the Celts and these things. So we're going to look at these things in a very deep detail, but let's keep on going. 606.
We no longer have to rely on the vague suggestions of art and haplogroups, but can look at genome-wide analysis of ancient DNA from Celtic skeletons. Although a thorough new study on the spread of the Celtic people in Europe hasn't been done yet, the DNA from Iron Age and Bronze Age Britons has been made public, and we can see there is a shift over time caused by approximately 10% admixture from a Central European source related to Hallstatt people. The 2 black stars on this PCA chart represent 2 skeletons from the Hallstatt culture, and it can clearly be seen that one plots among modern Dutch people and one among modern Northern French people, but neither plots among modern British Celtic areas. However, the purple Iron Age British Celts on the chart are between the older Bronze Age British samples and the Hallstatt samples, indicating there was an invasion of continental Celts to Britain who were related to these Hallstatt samples, and that these people changed the DNA of Britain and Ireland. Furthermore, a 2018 paper by Damgaard and colleagues titled The First Horse Herders and the Impact of Early Bronze Age Steppe Expansions into Asia, which wasn't about Celts at all, included a lot of ancient DNA samples, one of which, labelled MA2197, came from Iron Age Anatolia during the Hellenistic period. Now, MA2197 appears to be a mixed individual, with half of his ancestry coming from local Greco-Anatolian stock, and the other half from an invading Central European person, like the Celtic-speaking Hallstatt people in Czechia. That is not at all shocking if you know that there were Celts in Anatolia at that time called Galatians. The 9th book of the New Testament of the Christian Bible is addressed specifically to the Galatians, some of whom had already converted to Christianity within living memory of the death of Christ, and who St. Paul said should not observe the Jewish customs such as circumcision that Christians had formerly observed. The first Galatians entered Anatolia via Thrace in 278 BC, led by Leotarios and Leonorios. Diodorus.
All right, so the Celts, the Gauls, the Galatians. Now remember, who did the Galatians come from? Where did the Galatians come from? Right? We're gonna let's before we get that, let's get a little understanding on how they're connected with the world today. Before we get to that, let's talk about the world today. So let's go to this and let's get an understanding here.
The Celts. So much more than just a basketball team. Probably. No one really seems to agree. The ancient Celts certainly were a proud, industrious, and the Celts had a large presence in early British settlements and colonies as well, with many founding fathers, and just about every single president the United States has ever produced being of at least partial Celtic descent, and the American national identity quickly became a fusion of the British constituent nations of not only the English, but the Irish, Scottish, and Welsh. So who are the Celts exactly? Well, the Celts were one of the most prominent Indo-European peoples across the bulk of mainland Europe, with the ancient Celtic settlements in Anatolia giving birth to the Galatians, having originated from migrants from Gaul in modern-day Western Europe. However, gradually over the centuries, due to the Latinization of much of the territory of the area conquered by the Roman Empire, and the Germanization of much of the territory conquered by the Germanic tribes during the migration period, the bulk of the Celtic homeland on the mainland of Europe was erased. Thus leaves us with the modern-day nations that still identify as Celtic today, mainly located in the British and Irish Isles and the Breton Peninsula in France, although Celtic influence can still be found in many people groups of Europe, such as the Raetians of the Alps, and today the remaining Celts have some of the most distinguishing cultures and phenotypic traits of any group native to Europe. Now, as I mentioned several times in the past, it's very difficult to actually distinguish modern Englishmen as an ethnic identity in the British.
All right. So now we're about to break these things down. Let's break these things down to what's going on here. Let's break some of these names down. Okay, so you ever heard the name America, right? The Celts are the ones who made America, right? The Celts are the ones who were in Britain, right? American, right? American, right? A Celtic dialect called also Britain, right? You see what's going on there? Called Britain. Anciently, obviously, in American Gaul, right? American Gaul, it was the national language of the independent Duchy of Brittany. See what's going on there? American, right? Where you get that name from, right? American alphabet, right? You think of these things and whatnot. The language is closely allied with Welsh and all these things, and obviously with the Gauls language and everything. Celtic, right? The Celtic, the same as Celtic, right? A division of the Aryan family of language, right? Represented by American, right? American, right? Celtic, right? Or how you say that? Gaelic, Irish, right? All these things and whatnot. Let's keep going, right? A dialect in Britain, right? American, right? You can look a little bit of this, right? American, also spelled America, or America, right? America. These things from Celtic, right? These types of things are very interesting. Latin name for the northwestern, right? Extremity of Gaul, and now Brittany. Now the place of Gaul now called Brittany, right? I'm gonna take a look at that and all these things. Let's keep going and take a look at this. Just talks about how it was also in Julius Caesar's time. It was the home of 5 principal tribes, the most important being the Veneti, right? Under the Roman Empire, it formed. Basically, let's keep going. Let's look at something because I want to show you. I want to show you this on a map. I want to show you this thing. The reason I want to show you this thing. Have you ever looked up Brittany? Let me just show you that. Brittany. This is actually it, right? Brittany in the Britain, right? They came to the land of America, not America, but America. How you say that? How you pronounce that in that way? America. America. I keep saying that weird. Maybe I gotta have a Britain accent for that. So you can see right there, that's actually important, right? Brittany, America, right? Basically, Galatia. You see what's going on there? This is actually going to be the area here. So we're going to take a look here and how this same group ended up colonizing a place and called it America, right? Got different areas like that and whatnot. Let's go back here. Let's go back here and get a little understanding. Close this. So that's why I wanted to show you there a map of Brittany, right? See what's going on there? Getting a little understanding there. Almost all American presidents have been there, right? Presidents in America or America, right? Basically, that place, America, in that time is where Normandy is today, or Normandy, where Normandy is, yet it is normal, right? It's very, and I'm gonna skip this part right here. I'm just gonna go down to something. I want to show you something. Right here on 35. I just want to jump right to this because I want you to see this thing. I'm gonna leave this there.
I'm Vince Smith.
So here's this is a great little summary. I'm gonna just show you something there of the mind of the people in the 13 colonies, because it's also important to know how they thought. So this is obviously the synthetic Sunday I've been waiting to go over. It's gonna get deep into these things. I think this we don't need. This is just the Americas and stuff like that. We already talked about the ancient people there and whatnot. So though there is different genetic haplogroups for men and female, right? For male and female, we are one race, the human race, right? We are all about 99 similar, yet many still believe in scientific fairy tales. The reason why I'm saying this is because it's important to understand that though we can look at these genetics and everything, let us have an understanding on what happened, right? With the colonization, what was really going on with the Scythians. They completely went against the real people, but that's what we have to talk about today. That's what is the problem with the Scythians. Why did God isolate this group? What did they do? What was that something that they did? Let's look at it and let's have an understanding. Yes, I'm going to show this whole thing so you can understand this thing.
Did you know that race was not always considered a biological or genetic category? So how did we come to understand it that way today? We all have a working definition of race. Whether you kind of understand it, hate it, claim not to see it, or study it, hint hint, cough cough, that's me, it still plays a role in all of our daily lives. From the way that people interact to the places they live and stereotypes they face, race is still a determining factor in our social structures, both inside and outside of the US. But full disclosure, I do a lot of US history, so this is a US specific video about race, since these histories operate differently across various contexts. Okay, so let's get started by asking, what were some of the earliest definitions of race? Well, before we started thinking of race along the lines of biology, genetics, or phenotype, aka physical appearance, did you know that it was largely considered a category of kinship or group affiliation? In the 16th century, we started to see the use of the word race in English, but it isn't attributed to physical traits or behavior. It meant quite literally that you were all members of the same household, group, or shared a common ancestor. But when did race shift to being less about kinship groups to sounding more complicated than the lyrics to I'm My Own Grandpa? Well, we can see that starting in the colonial era. And that brings us to our second question. Why did we see the shift in the idea of race in the 17th and 18th century? The answer to this question is firmly rooted in two things: the rise of global capitalism that was backed by slavery and colonialism, and a period of theorizations in Europe known as the Enlightenment. When the Spanish began the colonization of the Caribbean and later Latin America after 1492, they looked to native populations to mine silver and gold under brutal working conditions. They set about enslaving, attacking, and murdering those who didn't comply. Thousands of native people died as a result of overwork, genocide, or because they were exposed to new diseases brought over with the Spanish settlers. And when England established its first successful long-term colonies in North America in Virginia in 1607, they looked to mirror this pattern of enslavement with native people, while also seeking copious amounts of silver and gold. But they had limited success with this route because, one, Virginia wasn't exactly rich in gold, and two, native populations were able to resist the efforts of early settlers through fighting back or escaping and blending into adjacent native groups. English settlers still wanted to make money off of this venture, so they began to look to alternative ways of making Virginia profitable, and that came in the form of tobacco. But a major problem with growing tobacco is that it requires a ton of labor, and the laborers needed the agricultural skills to turn the crop into cash. Because they had already met with sustained resistance from native populations, English settlers looked to other potential labor sources, enslaved Africans and indentured British laborers. There are some important distinctions to make between these two groups. First, indenture was a contractual agreement with fixed terms that varied widely. Some indentured servants were brought to the colonies against their will, either as a punishment or because they were children. Terms of these contracts were often very exploitative, but many came willingly in exchange for their passage to the new colonies, and many of these indentured servants finished the terms of their contracts and began lives as property owners. Enslavement of Africans was an entirely different category of labor from indenture, because one, slavery was for life, not for a fixed term or a number of years. Two, slaves were not considered human. Three, it was not a contract because it takes two consenting humans to enter into a contract. And four, slave laws were enacted codifying hereditary slavery, meaning that if you were enslaved and had children, then those children would also remain in slavery.
All right, I was gonna play this whole thing, but if you've never seen this before, definitely see the understanding of where the concept of races came from, because it's also important to know what really happened with the concept of races. It wasn't just based on haplogroups, but it was based on imagery. It was based on how someone looked. It was based on some very small things, and that caused a lot of problems. You've probably seen that, where they had the separation of those groups and whatnot, and all those things, as you can see with these different things, where they will basically have one as the whiteness, and then some as non-white, stuff like that. So, and also notice the change, where they changed like what the Hebrews look like to what they want them to look like. As you know, they love the Bible. There's also something that they really like. So it's really interesting on those things. But I'm gonna jump right to this one because this is gonna get a little more meat on those things. So I'm gonna jump on to this one real fast.
And this is Crash Course Black American History. There are all sorts of ways that societies restrict people's movement. For example, people can put gates and fences around their homes and communities. Or there are traffic cones that tell us where we can and can't drive, even though sometimes I might accidentally run over them. I'm working on it. But some methods that society uses to restrict the movements of people are far more sinister, far more serious, and based on distorted beliefs, have no sincere interest in the safety of those people. What I'm thinking of in this case are something called slave codes. Slave codes were based on the belief that Black Americans were just an economic investment. They were purposefully designed to condone harming Black Americans and keeping them enslaved. Though some textbooks on slavery and slave codes refer to enslaved people simply as workers, they were not simply workers. They were treated as an underclass, and the legal system perpetuated that underclass status for economic and prejudicial reasons. Learning about slave codes makes all of this profoundly clear. To restrict.
If you've never seen this little series too, from Crash Course, I don't really like their old Crash Course, but the newer ones are fine with their parts, different parts on these things, the slave codes, stuff like that, or Crash Course Black History. Now, it's important to understand, when we say Black, understand the depth of that. When someone is called Black, obviously there's different types of people that are Black, that are dark skinned. There's all different types of people. But did you know, in ancient times, that's why we went over the Natufian and stuff like that, the E haplogroup, This group was actually the original Israelites. And I would love for someone to say no. I would love for someone to say no, because I will invite them live so I can show you 100% and them to understand without a doubt when I talk of these things. I'm speaking on it with straight bluntness and straight truth when we talk about these things, because Gog and Magog, this is what Gog and Magog is. Gog and Magog hated Israel, yet they did not know it, that they had Israel. Did they know or did they not know? That's a question that's up to them, whether they knew or whether they don't know. That's important to understand. But this is what happened in history, and this is why it's important to know, because that's why Gog and Magog is receiving a direct pinpoint judgment. Because remember, they also was the same as Tyre and Zidon. Keep that in mind. All the prophecies of the Philistines, of Tyre and Zidon, also of Magog. But let's keep on going.
Restrict the movement and freedoms of black people. Though they were called slave codes, many times they were applied to free black people as well. Remember that the distinction between Negro and enslaved was essentially meaningless during this time. The primary reason the slave codes were implemented was to explicitly and legally reinforce the racial hierarchy within the colonies. Slave codes were a method of protecting the investment of white enslavers by restricting the lives of enslaved people in almost every imaginable way. The codes restricted enslaved people's ability to move around or engage in commerce that would make them financially independent. They basically restricted the very opportunities that would allow them to live with even relative freedom. When there were hints of enslaved people questioning their status, or even the possibility of someone planning a revolt, new slave codes were quickly passed to prevent such a thing from happening. Virginia was the first of the 13 colonies to implement large-scale slave codes. Since the United States was not quite the United States yet, each colony had their own version of these codes. At the time, they were not yet even referred to as slave codes, but even without the formal title, their purpose remained the same: to fundamentally restrict the rights of Black Americans, free and enslaved, and to explicitly deny them the rights afforded to white members of society. Let's take a look at an example. In 1662, Virginia passed this statute: whereas some doubts have arisen whether children got by any Englishman upon a Negro woman should be slave or free, be it therefore enacted and declared by this present Grand Assembly that all children born in this country shall be held bond or free only according to the condition of the mother, and that if any Christian shall commit fornication with a Negro man or woman, he or she so offending shall pay double the fines imposed by the former act. After Elizabeth Key's case in 1656, which we talked about last episode, the Virginia House of Burgesses passed this official law. It mandated what's known as partis sequitur, determining one's enslaved status based on their mother's labor status, as the legal method to determine whether an individual is enslaved or not.
Doesn't that sound familiar? Like that Ashkenazi idea where it says it's based upon the mother's line? Yah willing, next Synthetic Sunday, we're going to talk about those things. We're going to talk about is it by the mother's line or the male's line. But for the sake of understand that's where the real concept came from, right? Understand that the Zion movement, the Zion movement didn't come until later on. No one went by that idea until the slave codes start coming out. And who you think was actually writing the slave codes? You think the Rothschilds were rich in the world and didn't have no part in the growing of the world? A lot of wars in the world, the Rothschilds, the Ashkenazi Rothschilds had part of it. Levels and levels to those things. But for the sake of understanding, I want to continue with this so you can understand this thing. This is actually why the judgment is talking about Gog and Magog. So it's very important to understand what really happened. What's the truth about these things? What's going on? And who's doing these things? Keep an understanding on these things.
Some scholars, such as Jennifer L. Morgan, posit that it was actually Key's freedom suit that drove the Virginia House of Burgesses to create this law in the first place, a law that was also designed to discourage intimate interracial relations between Black and white people in the colonies. Virginia didn't just stop there. In 1705, Virginia passed another law dedicated to regulating the movement and behavior of enslaved people. It was called an Act Concerning Servants and Slaves. This act banned Black people from owning white servants and penalized those who presided over the marriage between a white and Black person. It banned enslaved people from owning weapons. Other laws around the same time banned Black people regardless of their servitude status from testifying against whites in court. You might think that in a country where those same colonists would soon be demanding freedom while espousing the importance of liberty and equality for themselves, that those same people would be a bit more, I don't know, concerned about liberty and equality for everyone. But the truth is, America's promise and America's actions are very often inconsistent. Let's go to the thought bubble. In 1671, Maryland passed a law stating that even if an enslaved person converted to Christianity, that conversion did not change their servitude status. This was important because of the legal debate around whether Christians could be enslaved. In a place like South Carolina, well, they built a whole society around slave codes. They did it, as they all did, for both economic and societal reasons. These codes banned black people from engaging in any type of trade, did not allow for enslaved folks to travel without notes from their enslaver, banned enslaved black Americans from keeping loud instruments like drums and horns, and gave law enforcement the authority to search enslaved black people and to whip them if they appeared to be engaging in what was deemed disorderly behavior. Many of these codes showed up after slave rebellions, when enslavers were particularly interested in protecting themselves and their property from enslaved people who wanted their freedom. And slave codes weren't just in the southern colonies. New York, for example, had their own set of these laws. A 1702 slave code in New York banned people from trading with enslaved people at all. It also prohibited 3 or more enslaved people from meeting together at the same time. From 1703 to 1704, Rhode Island banned the enslaved from being out after 9 o'clock at night unless they had what was deemed a lawful excuse. Pennsylvania, they also had infamous slave codes. Punishment for offenses committed by white and black people could be deeply and even lethally unequal. While a certain offense committed by a white person might result with them being whipped or branded, a black person charged with committing a similar offense might be killed. Thanks, Thought Bubble. White colonists worked overtime to make sure that the law was used to hurt and constrain black Americans, just because of the color of their skin and their place in the American economy. In early colonial history, white indentured servants and enslaved black people actually had somewhat similar positions in society. But as we've seen in this episode, that wouldn't last. Colonial governments created specific laws that would clearly and legally demarcate what rights a white person could have and which rights a black person could have. Or perhaps, more appropriately, which rights they couldn't have. I'm sure that many people look at these laws and are appalled that such things ever passed. But it's important to note that while today such discrimination might not be explicitly stated in the language of the law itself, laws across the country have different implications and are often enforced differently based on someone's race. This impacts jobs and housing and our criminal legal system, our schools, the list goes on. Looking back, it can be hard to stomach that our country ever implemented these horrific slave codes. But it's important to note that, as is the case throughout Black American history, people pushed back against these laws because they knew they were wrong. Later in this series, we're going to learn about the myriad ways that Black people have resisted these injustices over time.
So for us, beloved family, by us studying genetics, this is another way for us to push forth the truth. To understand that though someone may be darker skinned, they both can have R haplogroups. That a lot of the Indians that had darker skin had R haplogroups. That a lot of them actually are genetically related. That skin color doesn't make a haplogroup, but actually skin color is actually what hindered the past generations. That's what happened. So now let's actually bring forth the truth and examine who is who and actually figure out the truth behind these things. And that's what we're doing today. Or else we're going to have more and more people like what you've seen there, try to bring forth things that obviously are just pure wickedness. So that's why we're looking at these things more closer and more careful. Let me make sure I showed you all 3 of these things as they are just simple things. Now let's get understanding. That video that I showed you right here, here's another video showing you. I'm gonna make it fast, or I'll just show you this. I'll make it fast though. And I'm gonna show you now the speed here. If you've never seen this video, you should definitely look up this video. It's this really interesting channel, Geo History, with the European conquest of America, right? just talking about how they had conquest America and everything.
And seizing the monopoly on the spice.
Just gonna turn that down. If you've never seen it, I'm not gonna play the whole thing. It's just gonna show, you know, how Spain, like all this dark area stuff they didn't know and everything. It just gets to the point where they start to go to different areas and everything and settle in the lands. It's interesting to see the whole migration with the history and everything on how they take these lands and whatnot and settle on these lands. So first they settle in on the coast of stuff. So 1500s, after the Jews had got pushed out of Spain, these were the original Jews, the ones that were pushed into Africa before the slave trade massively started happening, right? Which was implemented by Spain, which was the ones who sent the Jews into Africa, right? So you can see these things what's going on there. Just showing you what all went over time, right? What year and everything, what they got, whatnot. So you can see a little bit what's going on here in these different areas. You can see what's going on. Just skipping ahead, the red is England, and then yellow is Spain, and then blue is France. So there we go, England. See what's going on there, taking these areas, right? Here's a triangular slave trade. You see all these areas that's owned. Then comes the triangular slave trade, right? You see how they're taking some people who they settled in Africa. They settled them there, right? They're taking them from these areas and they're shipping them to different areas, right? Because they're going to go to war with those people who are in Africa. Like the original Arabs, like they know they wasn't finna mess with them, because a lot of them who messed with them, they were getting destroyed by the Arabs, because they also were a very fierce people, very fierce in warfare. That wouldn't be something you would do with someone that's very well in warfare, to start just taking it like it's easy, right? Not going there with guns or nothing, just taking them, right? You can see here's Britain in these areas right here. See what's going on there, right? And we already looked at the video of the Natufian and the Eurasian E lineage and the Eurasian L3 lineage, right? Those are going to be Eurasian. They originally from Israel. That's their homeland. But you notice what's going on? A lot of this movement is going on, a lot of tension in this land, right? What happened to France? They're going to sell their pieces to America. You can see what's going on there. So Spain ended up taking some, got this area. And what happened, the Spanish war, the Spanish war that happened there, and they obviously had that little area. So just a little bit there. Not to see there, just a little information, Now let's keep going. Let's understand what's going on here. So long story short, from a nice distance, when we think of America, right? America, stuff like that. You can see right there, that little area. That's the area where they basically came. They went in these areas, settled here. They also settled here, and they went here, right? That's why you think of Spain, they're all in it together. They were all in it together. When you think of the Berlin Divide and stuff like that, when the divide of Africa, the scramble for Africa and stuff like that, a lot of them were in it together. A lot of them were in these things together. It was something that had happened. That's something that's very important to know. That's the origin of these things. So obviously, right here is where it's at, Normandy. That's where America was, right? Now it's called Normandy. Let's go down a little bit. So obviously, wars and stuff going on there. The Celtics, right? Britain. You see how it's all connected? See what's going on there? I already talked a little bit about the history of these things and how they're all related. Remember, these are Scythians, right? Connection 10, 15. Go to 10, 15 real fast on this one. He talks about something else here, but I'm going to go to 10, 15 for what he talks about right here.
Slavery is a condition that was involuntarily imposed on someone, rather than being an inherent condition to someone's existence. One of the central players in the slave trade was England's Royal African Company, a chartered firm that maintained a monopoly on all English trade to Africa following its inception in 1672. The period of 1675 to 1725 represented the most active years of the Royal African Company, but it continued to play an active role in the first several decades of the 18th century.
Britain was one of the richest places in the world. Britain supplied the ships, right? They supplied the ships to the ones who was doing the slave trades and everything so that they can have more and more growth, more and more speed of collecting people. If only they knew that the people that they were grabbing from there was actually Israel. It's actually important. That's what Gog and Magog was doing, right? This is Gog and Magog. They didn't even know that they were touching Israel. They had no idea. Had no idea they were touching the apple of his eye. But let's keep on going with this.
An era known as free trade. The irony of that term is not lost on me. I think it's worth honing in on one state and its particular relationship to the slave trade in order to better understand how this thing played out. According to the work of historian Ira Berlin, the state of South Carolina prohibited the African slave trade beginning in 1787. In 1803, however, the state reopened the transatlantic slave trade, and it remained open until 1808, when the federal prohibition of the Atlantic slave trade went into effect. Between 1803 and 1808, over 35,000 enslaved people were brought to South Carolina, more than twice as many as in any similar period in its history as a colony or state. The coast of Charleston was the point of entry for approximately 40% of the enslaved Africans who were brought to North America through the Middle Passage. This has led some to refer to it as African Americans' Ellis Island, though an obvious difference is that one group came here via their own free will and one group did not. The federal government ended the international slave trade in 1808. The British had done so in 1807. However, traders from both nations continued illegally trafficking captive Africans for many years later. And while the international slave trade was abolished in the United States, the domestic slave trade would continue. In Britain, it took another quarter century before slavery was officially abolished in 1833. And in the United States, it took almost another 60 years in our nation's deadliest war to end it. Spanish and Brazilian traders continued trafficking Africans for another half century. Brazil, which remember had the largest proportion of enslaved people trafficked across the ocean, was the final country in the Western world to abolish slavery, doing so in 1888. The bottom line is that the transatlantic slave trade was a cruel, violent, abhorrent, centuries-long project that would shape the trajectory of the world and of both black and white life in ways that we'll come to more fully understand. We'll continue to talk about some of these in our next few episodes.
So you see what's going on here? So it's connected. There's a major connection to these things. Also, you can see the genetics. Look at the Britain. I didn't show you this yet. Britain, right? You get a confirmation there, right? Let's go down to genetics. Let's go see a little bit here. Here's genetics. What's the genetics that we see there? A genetic study published in Nature Communications in January 2016 examined the remains of 3 Iron Age Britain burials and all those things, whatnot, in 100 BC. A female burial and all these things had H, right? All that, whatnot. Let's go down a little bit. Watch what it says here. While 2 male buried, right, in this area, this little place in pretty much Britain, both carried basically the father's DNA of R1b. That's that R1b lineage, R1b, right? You can see what's going on there. So they got this R lineage with them, R1b, okay? And then obviously some female haplogroups, right? K and H. So R1b, very important to understand, R1b is actually found in those ancient peoples. That's very interesting, you know? You can also see that the U there, that's a common European lineage. We can see that. So our lineage is actually going to be native there. So it came there very early on. It came there very early on to see that, right? So we see those genetics, what's going on there, right? Very interesting. Connected. Connections. Go down a little bit. So remember we looked at that when we looked at the peoples in these lands, right? The Scythians and everything, and then the how you say that, Sumerians and everything. They go all the way and reach all the way over here, right? The Celts and stuff, settle in those areas. You can see right here, you see R1b is likely a haplogroup belonging to obviously the Celts and stuff like that. But who we connected to? We connect the Celts to the Scythians. So I'm not gonna go over the history today on the Celts and everything. Maybe we'll do a part 2 to this because I see we're getting a little longer in this. But I guess for the sake of information and education, let's keep on going. So we're just going to keep on going with this. Celts connection. Let's take a look here And see the connection here. We already talked about a little bit with the mixing of the Scythians, so I'm not going to show the whole thing. I'm just going to put these here. So this is going to be the description if you want to see how they're connected and everything, where they came from, right? What happened with them in Rome and everything. You see Rome is actually going up
in favor of
right there. So they end up settling these upper areas here, right, where the Celts are. Not going to show that one. A little more here. This is going to be in this little thing. Right here is going to be a little bit of the ancient origin of the Celts and everything. I'm go back a little bit. Right. We'll start right here. So right here is a little bit on that. I'm not gonna like play it or anything like that, as in let it play. But you can see here, I guess long story short, the Celts basically they're in those areas and whatnot. And then they also bury their, as you can see with some of these domes and stuff, they bury their people the same ways as the Scythians did. So a lot of their traditions are still the same. Close that one. We don't need to look at that. But these are going to be here. All these are going to be here for extra information on things. If you look up Gog and Magog, you can do it yourself. Gog and Magog, and connect it to the lens of
While much has been written on the arrival of the Danes, Anglo-Saxons,
you can connect those with the lands of the Scythians, right?
and Normans to the British Isles.
Here's where the Celts came from.
The Normans invaded. Long before all of this, the Celts were living in the British Isles. They had arrived centuries before even the Romans were established in Europe. If you visit the British Isles today, you may well come across the Celtic revival as the national...
So it just talks about how the Celts were there for a long time. The Scythians had a nice
up
reach.
along the coast of Western Europe into the British Isles is a clearly defined path. The increases in frequency and reduction in diversity from east to west of the Y chromosome supports a rapid expansion, as a fading trail of the chromosome shows the path of migration from the Middle East to the region where the Celtic people reside today. The study estimates that the time frame of expansion was approximately over a period of 4,500 years, and that this likely happened from 7,000 BC until as recently as 2,500 BC. But regardless of the accuracy of their dating methods, the migration did occur. And there is a corroborating historical document that I would like to cross-examine with the scientific research, which may suggest a more recent date for the migration. Written in 1320 by Scottish barons and nobles and submitted to Pope John XXII, the Declaration of Arbroath is Scotland's claim for independence. The document describes the sovereignty of its people and supports Jobling's claim by describing how they came to settle in the British Isles. We know, and from the chronicles and books of the ancients, we find that among other famous nations, our own, the Scots, has been graced with widespread renown. It journeyed from Greater Scythia by way of the Tyrrhenian Sea and the Pillars of Hercules, and dwelt for a long course of time in Spain among the most savage peoples. Thence it came, 1,200 years after the people of Israel crossed the Red Sea, to its home in the West, where it still lives today. These nobles firmly believed that their ancestors migrated from east to west, following the exact pattern as described in the journal on the Celtic Y chromosome. These men share the DNA evidence that corroborates their historical records. For more information on the history and origins of the British people, please read our free booklet called The United States and Great Britain in Prophecy. I'm Jonathan Riley for Tomorrow's Worldview.
So you see how important the British is in prophecy? You see how important they are in prophecy, how in depth it goes when you're looking at these things? So it just talks about this, just talks about those people we looked at. Remember, they were the Celts, and they were actually the Scythians. Just talks about those people. Zio says R1A, right? More likely originated from Europe, right? Supported the steppe idea, right? Steppe idea, a lot of people came from the steppe and everything. See this right here? There's a little bit more on that, so a little more history on these things. And I think this is the historical one. Let me see.
In 1934,
here's right here. This is actually really interesting. The Celts who went to China. Remember we were talking about that earlier?
Swedish archaeologist Folke Bergman excavated a burial site near Urumqi in northwestern China. The inhabitants of the tombs were not what you would expect for the region. They were Caucasian in appearance with red hair and tartan clothing. Bergman reportedly noted how similar the remains were to Bronze Age Danish burial sites, with their embroidered clothing and bodies entombed in what appeared to be upside-down boat coffins. If these were the mummified remains of Indo-Europeans, what were they doing buried in ancient China? This is the story of the Celts, who migrated to the Far East. Urumqi is located in Xinjiang province, which is situated along the ancient Silk Road. The wider area is known as the Tarim Basin, and many subsequent burial sites have been found in the region. It wasn't until the early 21st century that a more detailed analysis was undertaken on the remains, in order to determine the origin of these people. In 2010, a team of primarily Uyghur and other Chinese scientists tested the mummified remains from one burial site known as the GHiJK Cemetery, and determined that the Y chromosomal DNA analysis revealed only the West Eurasian haplogroup R1A1A in male individuals. This specific genetic marker is found widely throughout Eastern Europe, South Asia, and Siberia. But Dr. Hui Zhao of Jilin University in China, one of the scientists on the team, elaborated on the discovery by stating that the GHiJK R1A1A more likely originated from Europe and supported the steppe hypothesis. The steppe hypothesis is the most widely accepted migration theory for Indo-Europeans, who moved from the Russian steppes into surrounding regions. The team of scientists uncovered 5 separate burial layers in their excavations. The deeper the burial layer, the more distinctly European both the maternal and paternal lineages became. This suggests that later generations of the GHiJK people became entwined with other cultures in the region. Carbon dating shows that the earliest inhabitants moved into northwestern China as late as 1500 BC, and a later 2015 study claimed the European components could have reached North Xinjiang later via the Kazakh steppe northwest of the Tarim Basin. One of the mummified remains found in the region is that of a man believed to have been in his 50s, named Charchan Man. He was buried in a red twill tunic and tartan leggings, often worn by riders of the steppes. According to textile expert Elizabeth Barber, the pattern closely resembles that of clothing fragments found in the salt mine in. It may be that those who made the Kazakh steppe.
All right, so that one we already went over. We had talked about these individuals and everything, how the Scythians had made it all the way over there. So we just talked a little bit about that and this grouping. So if you notice that, remember, you probably remember this when the so-called Ashkenaz, when they were saying that they were the Jews and everything, when the Zionist movement was going on, where were they coming from? They were coming from these areas. They was coming from Russia. They was coming from the steppe. They was coming from the barbaric areas. Yet the historical documents don't document that they went up there. Nowhere does it record that the people settled in the lands of Russia, nor does it record that they settled in the lands of the Franks, or where the Rhine River is. But rather, that's actually a people that converted, the Khazars that converted to Judaism, pretty much, and which is a controversy in itself, even just that thought of that. That makes no sense. But understand, this is actually where they came from. So they was up here with the rest of the barbarians, and they had the same as the Scythians. All of them have the same genetics as the Scythians. Yet remember that E1B1B that came up there and settled on these areas. So sometimes you'll see that mixed with a lot of groups. They also came from here, right? They came from this way, right? That's important because the Scythians, they were over here. They were over here. They were all in these areas. That's why I showed you that picture real fast. The Scythians, they actually reached all of these areas. All these areas was taken by the Scythians. So they're a major group that you can find in genetics. The R lineage is where we find that, the R lineage. Another one, go to this one. So this is just some history. I'm just going to fly to this one. There's just some more history on these things. A little more history. As you can see, these things, I'm not going to go over it. It just talks about wars that they had with the Romans and everything. So right here, you can see where they also have the Greeks and everything, what was going on. Just talks about them throughout all time that was going over. Just going over some things that they had a lot of things going on. See that Brittany, right? See what's going on over there, right? Very interesting because we see this over here, then we see it later over there on that part over there, Samaritha, and all that stuff like that.
To Greece to raid and plunder.
Right?
Bulgaria, Turkey, Italy, France, Britain, Portugal, and Spain. This was the golden age of the Celts. But like all golden ages, it was not to last. Brennus's defeat in Greece had proven something important.
So you see all these areas, all these was taken by the Scythians, right? All these were taken by the Scythians, all those areas. All those areas are going to be taken by the Scythians. In fact, let me go to 20 because maybe I wanted to go to something there. Let me go to the 20-minute mark just to make sure. Let's go to that.
For the March on Delphi, a contingent of the Gallic horde, composed mainly of warriors from the Tectosages, Trocmii, and Telistoboki tribes, had peeled off from the main invasion force and crossed the Dardanelles into Anatolia. Unlike Brennus's main force, which had come to Greece to raid and plunder, this group had come to settle. They built forts on the rugged hills of central Anatolia and established permanence for themselves in the region by serving as mercenary shock troops in the many wars being fought in the region between various Hellenic rulers. The region of Asia Minor these Gauls inhabited became known as Galatia, and the people who lived in it the Galatians. Remarkably, even though they were surrounded by foreign peoples and isolated from the rest of the Gallic world, there is evidence that the Galatians of Anatolia retained their Celtic language and culture as late as the 6th century AD. In 279 BC, the Celtic world was at its greatest extent. Spread out over a massive territory that overlapped the borders of modern nations as diverse as Ukraine, Czechia, Austria, Switzerland, Bulgaria, Turkey, Italy, France, Britain, Portugal, and Spain. This was the golden age of the Celts. But like all golden ages, it was not to last. Brennus's defeat in Greece had proven something important. A well-trained, well-armed professional army, fighting as a single, disciplined body, was fully capable of resisting the howling terror of the Gallic horde. This was a stark reality that the Gauls would soon learn well, as back in Italy, a certain Latin republic was on the mend and ready to take her revenge upon the barbarians who had once laid her so low.
So that's why they're called barbarians, because they're the Scythians, and a lot of things that they were doing was barbaric. A lot of things that they called would be barbaric. So you can see the Gauls, Galatia, a couple little different spots called Galatia, right? They had no need to put different names and stuff. Here's another one on those things. All these are just, extra meat, extra history, extra meat for things that obviously we're not going to go over because we already went over most of these things. But here it just talks about them during the times of these sieges and whatnot. The Germanic tribes that were later called, obviously, barbarians.
Which separates the Helvetian territory from the Germans, and on another, the Jura reign.
So there's just some other stuff. So I'm going to close that. We don't need that right now. So these are just connections because you can see when you look at these lands, right? Ashkenazi shared also the same sub-branches of them, right? They have V88, which Scythians that are historically known as biblical Magog, they have those things. In fact, 525. So a lot of the nations that they say are the nations are actually not the nations, and that just shows you that the world was in a sense of perversion for a long time.
Welcome to Fire of Learning.
I'm gonna go to something
Last
here.
of the Western emperors who was deposed. There were what had
I'm gonna go to something on this.
into areas Charlemagne had conquered and assimilated into the local population.
Charlemagne, right? When you think of the Franks, and all that stuff, they're the same grouping, right? We already looked at their haplogroup. They got that R1b, right? But here's just a little bit on that, right? Why is this important? Because, the Franks and all that stuff, and when they came in there, that's where you're going to get Rome. The invention of the Holy Rome, that's because they united with the Charlemagne and all that stuff, and then they had their Holy Roman Empire, which was not really Rome, original Rome, but it was just this Catholic group that was joined with the barbaric tribes, pretty much. And you look at the whole picture of the so-called Holy Roman Empire. It was neither empire, nor was it holy, nor was it Roman.
In West Francia, what had occurred over the past few centuries was a Germanic people taking over what was Roman Gaul. Essentially, Francia consisted of a Germanic elite sort of ruling over a people that had been Gallo-Romans, or a mix of ethnic Gauls, or Celts, and Romans. Over time, these three groups mixed, giving birth to what would later be the French identity. It's very similar to what happened with England in the sense that England was a Celtic and Roman society that was taken over by Germanic tribes, and the three sort of mixed together, giving birth to the English people. And of course there were other important influences to both as well, namely the Norse. An important note is that Germanic and German aren't the same thing. They are closely related for obvious reasons, but Germanic refers to a much broader group of cultures, people, and languages that extended outside of modern Germany even before the migrations into Rome. German tends to refer to the aspects that constitute Germany, and more broadly places like Austria in certain circumstances as well, specifically. Again, it refers to things that hadn't necessarily formed yet by the 9th century. Germans are Germanic, but not all Germanic groups are Germans. This point is further illustrated by asking what language Charlemagne spoke. Neither French nor German. It isn't actually completely clear what he spoke natively, but he probably spoke a dialect of Frankish, which was a Germanic language as opposed to the Gallo-Romance tongue, which was developing at the time in West Francia and was distinct from Latin by this point. For a time, gradually becoming more and more fragmented from the Middle Ages onward until the 19th century. Germany as a nation wasn't formed until 1871, though there was a sense of commonality that developed long before this due to the ties in the Holy Roman Empire, which, following the 30 Years' War, as Voltaire so famously noticed, could hardly be called a state, much less an empire. However, I would say that there is an extent to which the French identify more with the Franks than the Germans do. And even in German today, France is known as the Dominion of the Franks, or Frankreich. In the much later age of imperialism and nationalism, you had examples of the French comparing themselves to the Franks, specifically Charlemagne. A notable example of this being Napoleon's frequent use of bees in the symbolism of his monarchy and empire, which were neither French nor German. They were an important common ancestor to both nations, and therefore Charlemagne is considered a founding father, so to speak, of both nations. Most definitely not the sole ancestor or influence, but one of doubtless importance. Furthermore, I would add, just as an important note, that the Franks were an important ancestor of Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Austria, parts of Italy, and other areas of Europe as well. Alright, hopefully I've answered this question.
So just for the sake of clarification, when you think of a lot of these Germanic tribes, they're all from one source. They're all from the same fathers. And the fathers of them would be the Scythians. Read it one more time right here. Flavius Josephus, right? Writes right here, for Gomer founded those whom the Greeks now call the Galatians, Gauls, but were then called Gomerites. Magog founded those that from him were named Magogites, but who are by the Greeks called Scythians. These are all sons of Japheth. See what's going on there? Very important to understand when we think of these things, right? Yavain, Ionia, right? The Grecians and all that stuff. Those are going to be different, right? The Grecians, the Romans, Yavain, those are different than the Gog and Magog, right? You're going to have different lineages of Japhetic lines, that you're going to have there, right? The Greeks, I's and J's, you're going to see with those groups and everything. So now let's look at some other details of things. Let's look at some other details of things other than those things. Just some extra stuff on this one, but I'm gonna go down. This just talks about Alexander the Great when he made a wall, pretty much keeping the separation between those groups and everything. When he came down those areas, remember he didn't cross over this area, nor did he go up past the area where the Black Sea is and everything, where he basically stopped in that area because of the Scythians, because the Scythians were up there and he called them basically barbaric tribes and everything. Magog, obviously in the area of the Caucasus Mountains. So Josephus recounts the tradition that Gog and Magog were locked up by Alexander the Great behind iron gates, right? In the Caspian Mountains generally identified with the Caucasian mountains, right? He said he made a gate keeping them out of there, right? That's why it's important. The Greeks, the Romans, they didn't have nothing really much to do with them, right? So you can see those things and those things. Josephus here follows Herodotus, right? We already looked at some of the maps with Herodotus and everything. And those that relate how Cyrus made war with the Scythians, right? And everything near the area. And obviously we know that it worked out too good. That's why a lot of them had separation with the Scythians. A lot of them had separation, just some extra stuff on Cyrus and Darius and stuff and what happened with them in the writings of Josephus. So Josephus actually writes a little bit about the Scythians in some of his writings on these things. So you can see some of the older art and older things of that. You can see right here, legend of Gog and Magog, and the gates were also basically where, remember we talked about the Alexander the Great kept them out. Obviously putting a gate there, not letting them come past, because the Scythians also, they say they engaged in human cannibalism and whatnot. So they said they had a bunch of a lot of barbaric ideas that they had on those things. So you can see the Caucasus mountains and everything on this older map and whatnot. Go down a little bit. I'm not gonna talk about this one or this one. You can just see, just talk about some of the groups, right? In the hand of early Christian writers, they became apocalyptic hordes, right? Think about the hordes when they talk about barbarians and everything. It says throughout the medieval period, variously identified as Vikings, Huns, Khazars. They're not the Huns though. The Huns are different people, but they maybe a different confederacy. But from what we've seen, the Huns is more of old and stuff. Vikings, Huns, Khazars, Mongols, right, Mongolians and stuff like that, and a bunch of different, nomad tribes and whatnot. So they had a lot of different ideas. They also, one time, they was known to be also Israel when they converted. Remember the Khazars? They converted to Judaism, which is a controversy in itself. How can you convert to Judaism? In the 9th and 10th century, these kingdoms were identified by some with the lands of Khazaria, as Khazars, the lands of Khazars, right? A Turkish people, which we already proved that a lot of them are Turkish, right? The Ashkenaz, a Turkic people who had converted to Judaism, right? You can look that up, right? The Khazar Turks, you can see that on YouTube, very interesting video, and whose empire dominated Central Asia. The 9th century monk Christian, obviously his person referred to Khazaria, said of the Khazars that they were living in the lands of Gog and Magog. So they said the Khazars was living in the lands of Gog and Magog, because where are the Khazars? Right? You can look at the Khazars, where the Khazars located. You can just put it on a map. You can see it on a map on where they were, right? Right there. Who was there? The Scythians. That's the heartland of the Scythians. So it says the Khazars were basically in the heartland of Gog and Magog. Are they in the land of Gog and Magog? Yes, they are in the land of Gog and Magog. Speaking of which, I'm going to go to, matter of fact, I'm going to need to go to anything. I'm just going to type it down after this. So obviously the land of Gog and Magog, that's where the Scythians were. And note that they were circumcised and observed all the laws of Judaism. So the Khazars, they were zealous Jews, but they were not Jews, right? A legend was attached to Gog and Magog by the time, just talks about, basically right here, it says during the time of Alexander were erected when he put that wall there, whatnot. He said to repel the tribe. It says Romanized Jewish historian Josephus whatnot knew them as the nation descended from Magog, the Japhanite, as in Genesis, and explained them to be the Scythians. So he said that Gog and Magog is the Scythians. Also thought camera action went over these things. Got different individuals that's going over these things, right? Talks about a traveler, basically this Arab traveler in the 12th century, right? Well, 12th century, 13th century. 1291, it says, they say themselves that they are descended from Gog and Magog. And on this account, they are called Magali or Magogili, I don't know if I'm saying that right, as if from a corruption of Megogli. Magogli. I don't know if I'm saying that right. But pretty much, as you can see, they also have writings of themselves being those people and whatnot. Here's some, you can see some of these things, just talk about some of also the connection with the Slavic origin and stuff like that. That's why we're in Psalms 83. That's where we are now. We're in Psalms 83, where all these things are coming to pass, right? So Magog is the Scythians. And we can find the Scythians genetics today. Right? Gomer founded those whom the Greeks now call the Galatians, Gauls, but were then called the Gomerites, right? And then you have Magog founded those that whom him were called, that from him was called the Magogites, right? But who are by the Greeks called the Scythians, right? Very, very, very interesting on these things, to understand these things. Very, very interesting to see these things written very early on. So it's like a forgotten history. So this little part, this is just that little thing. I don't think I need to go over this, but if you never seen this video, if you didn't see the video that we went over the Scythian history, definitely you want to see that. So definitely want to see that history. Is going to go over those things in a lot of details. A lot of details it will go over those things. But let me see what this is just to get an understanding. I think we already went over this. I'm going to close that. And as always, this is going to be in the description so you can see these things and as well as teach these things and go over these things with others. Because all the things I have, I give to others. Because it's just how it is. That's how we should do these things. We just spread these things out because this information, it won't mean nothing unless we spread it. It won't mean nothing unless we spread it, right? So just some different, they talk about what's the difference between these things and everything. Some extra meat on those things and whatnot. We'll need to look at that because that's what we just went over in the depth of it. So you can see that's the heartland. That's where the Khazars were. They weren't over here. They weren't over here. They weren't over here. They weren't over here. They were right here. That's where the Khazars were. What a coincidence that they were right there. And then we see the genetics are linking, right? You see what's going on there? Our lineage, some different things. The Scythians, the Alans. Remember I said that the Scythians are the Alans? Here's a little bit of the connection of the Scythians and the Alans. We already talked about that. But here's a little bit more on it. There's the Scythians. It just talks about the, obviously, Samaritans, or how you say that? Samaritans. I don't know how you say that. But this is them, just a little understanding. This is interesting because it has a bunch of maps and everything. It's always good to, see these things from people who are more native to the culture. So also I put this here from someone who's also familiar with these things and whatnot. Got some pictures of them and everything. So you can see how they invaded and different things like that. And you can get different connections with them being the Alans. Is also written, right? It's also written that they're the Alans and whatnot. Written in different documents and whatnot on these things. And Flavian Josephus, look at the Alans. You can see the Alans. He'll say the Alans are the Scythians. He'll tell you that the Alans are the Scythians. And we know because of genetics. The kingdom of the Alans settled all the way over there. They got all the way to Spain. Went all the way to Spain. So you can just get a little bit of that, right? A little understanding on some of these things. Because we ourselves have to understand that Gog and Magog is not as simple as a nation surrounding Israel. Because that's not Israel. That's important. That's not the people in the land is not Israel. That's important to understand, right? The Alans, the Scythians. The Alans, these are the Scythians. These are a group that's the Scythians. Let's see, I'll grab also here. You can see, I'm just going to go down just so you can see, right? Language, they also spoke Scythian, right? Go down a little bit or to it, go right to it. You can just see some connections here, just letting us know. Now there was a nation of the Alans, which we formerly mentioned somewhere as being Scythians. You see what it's saying there? So letting us know about that group, the Alans, the Scythians, these things. Not to get confused with the Avars. The Alans, Avars are different. Avars have the J group. Alans have the R group. So Avars, the Turks. Alans are the Scythians. So a little difference there if you ever see that. So they also got some other groups. They got G and they got the R and also some Samaritans. Samaritans. They have samples. They also have that J group, JM267. So you can see how they're constantly dealing with each other. That's going to be your japhetic lines. These are japhetic lines under CF. Your japhetic lines under CF, right? R is highly connected with your Q. You got your European H and U's there. Those are going to be under the lineage of what they say European. Here's the spread of the R. You can see here's an idea of it in ancient times all the way just to get an idea of the movement from the center area right there. So you can see right here, shooting out this way, coming this way, and then going down into these areas, settle in these areas, and then going out these ways over here and out these ways, settle in these areas, and also we note that they settle here as well. So you can see what's going on there. The R lineage coming from the area where the Scythians are. All right, we can find the evidence of that in ancient times. We can even see where they're stationed. R lineage all the way over here as well. Right, you can see that in pieces. R lineage all over here. Got some I's. That's your RA there and R1B. R1B, R1A. R1B is more the ones that has settled in the land of Sidon. But R1A is more your higher Scythians that were in the upper areas, in the upper Europe. So you can see right there, R1A, the I, remember that's always going to have the J's with them, and then the R1B. So you're going to have a lot of those things that's going on there. Here's a little bit on the Huns. Because like I said, are the Huns, do they have the R group and everything? Not for the most part, but it's possible, right? They talk about these different things, right? The Huns and stuff like that, different things. It's going down, just showing a little bit. If you want to look a little more into that, this is here, right? If you've never seen this site, the Indo-European.eu, very, very interesting, detailed site. Very interesting to see with some of the haplogroups. It just shows you what happened over time, right? The Saka, right? Early Scythians and Samaritans, all that stuff right there. Getting a little idea there. Oh, I was saying that right. Samaritans. Let's see if I say that. I was not aware. Amen. That's right. Goes to show the true people are. That's right. Us there abandoned scriptures. I'm just looking at some things that the brothers talk about. Amen. Because of the abandonment of the scriptures, they will have no protection against those of the demonic forces. That's right. And as always, no one is a Jew, especially in the truth. No one's a Jew without the Messiah. But when someone's going around boasting in the flesh, saying that they are and not proving it, they're going to be called out. So that's what's happening with the Ashkenaz today. They were boasting and they were proud, but a lot of them are starting to find out that they are actually European, and they're being put into place so that they can understand that it's not just that easy. You can't just say you're something and you're not. You know, you got to look at these things. So that's the thing about the real people, is that they're going through it. This is Jacob's trouble, right? What is Jacob's trouble? Captivity. Go and read about Jacob's trouble. A lot of people say Jacob's trouble is coming, but actually Jacob's trouble been here. Jacob's trouble, as it says, he's going to break the yoke off of them, and the strangers shall no longer serve themselves of them, right? You can just get, so just a few little pictures, Hungary and these things, whatnot. Just a few little things, whatnot. I'm just going to go to it. But what from what I've seen, I didn't see that the Hungarians are going to have the R haplogroup. But they obviously reached there. There's some R groups there, but are they going to be that group? They're going to be Japhetic, but they might not be connected with the Scythians in a sense. Go down a little bit. This one, I think that picture is from here. Just taking a look here. This is just talk about the R, because you know there's a R lineage that actually got from Europe to Africa, and they're still darker skin. So very interesting to see how that had happened. I thought that was really interesting to see how some of those went in there. So just some things with the Allens and stuff. Close that. And this one is just, I believe this is just a pic for the picture. Yeah, this is just a picture for this picture right here. So there's the connection of how different peoples are connected and everything. This is the mtDNA up here. It's the mtDNA. And then this is your Y DNA. You got your R's and you got your I's and J's, right? And then later on, you see some of the E's. Those E's are going to be because of E1B1B, and those are going to be because of the Bronze Age collapse and the movements of peoples. Y chromosome of the populations of the world, right? Y lists haplogroup in populations of the world. And then you can look at these things, really interesting to get an idea of who's in different areas. So I just put some of these things here as food and stuff. So you can see here who's who, peoples, right? Whoever's underneath this is what they have. This is how many, the number of people, how many people there are. This is A and B. Use your Hamites. This is E. This is E2. These are going to be E1B1B. These are going to be your Shemitic lines, and then these are going to be your Japhetic lines over here. Your Japhetic lines. So obviously, it's going to be a percentage of each one on them. And so it's just interesting to take a look at what places this has a lot of what. You know, it's very interesting to get a look at those things. So I just put that there so that that's on there. Very interesting. Go down a little bit. So obviously, R1B is a common mutation. It also causes red hair. You can see here, you know, genetic causes for different things like red hair and stuff like that. So what causes red hair? Just to get a little idea, just talks about some of those things and whatnot, and who is mostly commonly found in different things like that. Just to get a little idea. So I just put that there. I guess long story short is that it's found a lot in the R lineage, right? Especially those mummies that we had seen. The ones that had the R lineage in China, they have that R lineage, but they are going to be, without a doubt, the Scythians. So right here, I guess just a little idea. It just says right here, Southwest Norway may well be the clue of the origin of red hair, right? It has been discovered recently, thanks to genetic genealogy, that the higher in basically, you know, what was in them of both dark hair and red hair, as you know, opposite blonde, you know, different ones in Southwest Norway, considered with a higher percentage of, now look what it says here, of basically the father lineage, right? The parental lineage known as haplogroup E1B. Now, this one actually tells us red hair is more associated with E1B, right? E1B, including its subclad E1B, this is E1B L21, E1B M22 or 222. So it's just letting us know that, you know, long story short, E1B or the E lineage, why am I saying E? R1B, that lineage is where red hair comes from. Long story short, is that it's the R lineage that brings forth that. So sometimes you'll see those distinct looks in that certain lineage. And you can just see where it just talks about, you know, some places where that's higher at red hair, different things like that. Because the reason why is because the individuals that was over there, they also had red hair. So very interesting. They had the same genetics and also the same looks. So just very interesting to take a look at those things to see the real complexity of migrations of peoples in the world today. So very, very interesting to see. So just some information on those things on there. So it does, you know, imagery, the way someone looks does have a genetic factor to it. It's possible for someone to have a genetic factor to those things. So you can see right there, there's a little bit of what's said there. So R1B, 28, 25. Show you this one now. So we're about done here, as this is going to be the information that's important. I just got one more video after this. So what people have that red hair? What other people have that red hair? You've probably seen this before, the Scythians.
Which was arguably deciding the fate of Western Europe in the same period. We will describe one of these intermittent campaigns and use it as a microcosm rather than listing them all. Buoyed by recent successes in the war, the Khazars invaded Muslim lands in modern Azerbaijan in 730, led by Bajik, probably a son of the Kagan. He seems to have been a traditionally merciless steppe warlord who callously ordered his heavily armoured, light-skinned, red-haired and blue-eyed Khazar cavalry forces to slay any Muslim they came across. red-haired and blue-eyed, light-skinned, red-haired and blue-eyed Khazar lord, who callously ordered his heavily armored, light-skinned, red-haired and blue-eyed Khazar cavalry forces to slay any Muslim they came across.
So, did the Khazars also have the features of the Scythians? Yes. They also had the same colored hair. So that's how we know time is at hand. So the truth is that a lot of people are Gog and Magog. That's the truth. The truth is actually what that is.
Israel has a new prime minister for the first time in more than a decade. Israel's parliament narrowly voted in favor of a new coalition, ending the tenure of the country's longest-serving leader, Benjamin Netanyahu. The Knesset tally came down to a single vote. In a power-sharing agreement, the new coalition government swore in former Netanyahu ally Naftali Bennett as the new prime minister. CBS News correspondent Ian Lee reports.
Tel Aviv erupted in celebrations. And so did Israel's parliament, the Knesset. For the first time in more than a decade, Israel has a new prime minister. Benjamin Netanyahu is out.
We're celebrating the new government because it's something new, something fresh, with good people.
But not everyone is happy. The new government won with a razor-thin majority, just one vote.
I don't feel safe now. I have the feeling that there is a lot of mayhem.
Netanyahu calls his toppling a fraud. He's now Israel's opposition leader and vows to return to power.
We'll be back soon.
This is Israel's new prime minister.
Naftali Bennett.
49-year-old Naftali Bennett. The tech millionaire is Netanyahu's former chief of staff. At his first cabinet meeting Monday, Bennett pledged unity, healing, and a strong relationship with the U.S. He will lead Israel's most diverse coalition in history, spanning the political divide and including, for the first time ever, an Arab party. As the new government posed for a family portrait with Israel's president, Netanyahu's familiar face was missing, but the
Now, understand when I say this. Understand when I say this. When I say this, understand what I'm saying. What I just showed you today can be verified with the world today, of what we're seeing today. The whole world is filled. The whole world. When we look at the dramatic people and stuff like that, the whole world is filled with Gog and Magog. The whole world. The whole world is filled with Gog and Magog. The whole world. Understand when I'm saying this. So let's look at London. One of the major areas in the area of London when we look at these things. Just making sure, just showing you everything that's on here. This is going to be in the description. I don't know what's going on here. Close that. Let me go up here now. Now I'm going to show you the fact. That's everything on this note. As you see here, you can look at this note. This note will be in the description. Now I'm going to show you real quick a very interesting quote that this brother found on here. I'm going to see if I can find it because I accidentally moved the timestamp on the spot. Sometimes I save a timestamp in the description of these things or stuff like that, but I didn't put it there as I think it's a very important little timestamp. But didn't save that, so it's all good. Otherwise, I'm gonna show you something a little later with this. So I thought it was very interesting because when you think about these things, there's deep history to these things, very, very deep history to these things. Let me just see if it's this. No, but you should see this. If you've never seen this, see part 1 and part 2 of Au's demonstration of the nations of the world, and then part 1 and part 2 of the Gomer. Very interesting to see. Maybe I'll put that in the description. But let me show you something with London. Hold on, let me just to show you an idea of it. I'll show you.
To those people who live towards the western parts of Europe and from the Celtic mountains in these northern countries and the sea beyond them. They sat down there and in time so replenished those parts that they were desirous to discharge themselves by sending colonies abroad, to which they accustomed themselves to the sea, and thence these Scythians came into the northern part of Britain, where they had the name Caledonians, now Ireland being the next adjacent country to them, and in their view it was very natural for them, when they were overstocked with people, to send a colony there. All right, so these Sumerians are spreading all over, right? The
So very deep video. I definitely recommend checking it out. It's one of those videos that I can say after seeing it, it definitely brings together is
In the
deep
early 20th
historical sources, nothing but sources and everything. So I'm gonna put this and this in the description with part 1 so you can see those things if you want to dig a little more into it. So just for clarity, for what we went over today, we went over who's the Scythians, right? We got an understanding that the description of the Scythians is that they're the sons of Magog. They're Magog and obviously having connections with Gomer, right? Gomer, Gog, and Magog, these are all in connection. Magog and Gomer are connected. Very important to understand. He says that he's also connected with Tubal and Meshach. Now, Yavain is going to be different. That's important to understand. The Greeks and the Romans are different. There's going to be a different lineage. Maybe we can isolate their lineage. That's going to be more of a different lineage. But what we've seen today is the Scythians having an R group mainly. Also with some other people and other individuals, right? Also, we noted that the Germans are going to be the same as the Scythians, right? We already looked at that. The term for Scythian is Ashkenaz, right? That's why they call Alkanazim or Ashkenazim, right? In history, in 1706 is recorded 1706. It says, so that it may be said that from Asia was the cradle of the human race and their original country. It is from thence those swarms came which filled Germany and the other western and northern countries. And here you must know that the Hebrews, at least the modern Jews, believe that the Germans owe their origin to him who in scripture is called Ashkenaz. Now it says how the Ashkenaz are the Germans, also the Ashkenaz are the Scythians, who was the son of Gomer and coincidentally the grandson of Japheth. And hence it is that when they speak of the Teutons, or the Germans, they call them Alkanazim or Ashkenazim in their language. So you can see those things, a little bit understanding there, and we can see that they're related. They're genetically related. And that's what was going on during the slave trade. I mean, not the slave trade and the Silk Road trade that was going on. So you can see a little bit of these history of these things that's going on that's behind doors. So the whole world has been deceived. Just read Isaiah 23 and obviously Ezekiel 38 and 39 and read Psalms 83. And you'll get a perfect understanding for these things. So a lot of these will be in the description for a clear understanding on what's going on. Remember, we looked at the Scythian female genetics. They also had the female genetics. They also had the female line. They had the female line and they have the male's line in them, right? The ones who they call Jews today, but they're not. They're Ashkenazi. It's very important to understand. And the whole world is actually filled with Gog and Magog. The whole world. The whole world is filled with Gog and Magog on these things. So you can see that from a little place like this, they went and filled the whole world. So what you're really seeing in the world, who is Gog and Magog? The whole world. The whole world is Gog and Magog. That's who's Gog and Magog. That's why the scriptures talk about what it says. It says, though I make a full end of all nations, where I have scattered you, I shall not make a full end of you. So with that, family, and the truth, who is Gog and Magog, or who is that people that's talked about? That's going to be the Scythians. It's going to be the Scythians. That's what it's talking about there. Almost everyone in the world. So with that, family, the depth of these things have been brought forth. So as always, Synthetic Sunday, we're going to bring out some historical understandings, some linguistic understandings, some biblical understandings, some genetic understandings, geographic understandings, and bringing it all together into one note and bringing that to the brothers and sisters. So with that, Gog and Magog, the new Babylon. Be ready. With that, family, be blessed, be beloved, and